Johanna, are you in the room? Well, good morning, and are you in the room?
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
And let's see, and is
I'll start Live Manager right now.
great, terrific.
Johanna, I want to do a sound check with you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Granicus is live.
Where's
Okay, Supervisor Crandall, I think we are in good shape. Everything is running as
We're in good shape.
anticipated and hoped for.
Supervisor Sabatier, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Chair.
All right.
Thank you for helping out today.
Yep. All right, I'm just logging into the Zoom so that I can see what's going on. Oops, wrong one. That was the other one.
Logging into the Planning Commission.
No, it was the 1 o'clock for Thursday.
Ah,
Okay. Oh, there we go. So now I can see everybody. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the November 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting, regular meeting, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Today I'll be taking over as chair, as Supervisor Sabatier is going to he's going to abide by the COVID protocols today. So we'll start. Does anybody have a moment of silence? No moment of silence? Well, let's do a moment of silence for any ideas?
Actually, let's do a moment of silence for Shirley. Last weekend, our last meeting on Tuesday, we all received an alert that she was missing, and she was actually found deceased a couple days later.
There you go. Thank you. All right. Tina, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm so used to kindergarten still when we used to sing My Country 'Tis of Thee right afterwards. All right, so with that, we would be on item number 4, any consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add? I mean, we could probably fit it in. I mean, just kidding. All right, we're done with that one. Let's see, approval of the consent agenda, and I have a report that it looks like we need to pull 5.15 and 5.17. Is that correct, Supervisor Sabatier?
thank you, Chair.
Yep. And then, let's see, anybody else have anything they would like to pull? All right. Anyone from the public or anyone on Zoom that would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? If you do, please raise your hand, press 6, I think it is, to,
There is one hand up in the Zoom room, Mr. Vice Chair.
okay, well, let's see.
Phone 1113.
All right. Press star 6, and I think you can unmute, and there you go.
No, I don't want to pull anything from the consent agenda, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Not seeing anyone get up or anyone else raising their hand, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve consent agenda items number 5.2 through 5.6, and then 5.8 through 5.18.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion by, what's that? Okay. Motion by Supervisor Simon, second by Supervisor Pyska.
Did I get the right numbers right? Is it 5.1 and 5.6?
Oh, no, actually, it was 5.15 and 5.17.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry about that. So, thank you for clarifying that. So I will amend my motion to be 5.1 through 5.6 and 5.8.
It would just be 5.1 to 5.14.
It's 5.5 and 5.7 we're pulling, I believe.
5.15.
Oh,
5.15 and 5.17.
Yeah, unless you want
Oh,
to pull
5.15 and 5.17. I apologize. That was 5.7 and 5.
yeah, I thought so too.
All right.
My fault.
So, all right, let's get this right here. Make a motion to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.14.
Yeah.
And then, help me out here,
5.16?
5.16 and 5.18.
Yep. And then you still second?
Second.
All right. Joanna, can you please conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Thank
And
you.
so, yeah, so we are at 9:06, but I'm going to go ahead and conduct, I think it is, you think that 5.15 would be done pretty quickly?
Yes, assuming representatives from Public Works can speak to that. 5.17, I understand it was merely a change in the indemnification clause.
Mike?
So yes, assuming Public Works is here to speak to 5.17, I think it can be taken up quickly. It's my understanding it was just a correction to the indemnification clause, and it looks like Director De Leon is here.
Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and start with that one, 5.17, since he's here. All right.
So do you want to introduce the item, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, let me go to it. I'm sorry, that's what I did wrong. So 5.17, sitting as the Board of Directors of Lake County Watershed Protection District, A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code District 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of the goods and services, and approved agreement with the Ramble Consulting Energy Group for AEM survey services not to exceed $50,000 and authorize chair to sign. All right, Scott.
Well, good morning. It's my understanding that there was some concerns about the indemnification clause that got modified yesterday, and I believe County Council agreed or approved that to form. So I'll be happy to try to answer any other questions. Our goal, of course, is that County Council approves our contract. So as far as I know, that's been done. So I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Go ahead, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anita Grant. I did approve it as to form. I did caution them, however, that it has changed now from available insurance to applicable insurance. And the department perhaps can speak to exactly what that means, because there's nothing that I saw in the amended language that indicates exactly whether and to what extent they may limit the recoverable insurance coverage.
For that. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Director De Leon, or does that sum it up?
Yeah, I'm afraid, well, I see William Fox from Water Resources has joined us. He's been working with the consultant. Perhaps if he has a better explanation for that, I'll defer.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Fox.
Rambo stated that to clarify the applicable minimum as refers to the avoidance of doubt, and because Rambo deals with a lot of other construction jobs that they have their minimum insurance clause. For this case, it would be $1 million aggregate for professional liability, but for other cases, it's much more than $1 million. But because of the going back and forth, we had to put it as this language for this contract for this specific case. I hope that clarifies it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fox. Is there anyone from the board that has any questions?
That covers it.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Grant.
I guess I'm still somewhat at a loss. It says available coverage. What the contract requires is that $1 million. So applicable still seems like a strange choice of words here. However, if the department feels that this is a minimal risk and your board agrees, then certainly, again, I approved only as to form on this agreement.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I'm just to kind of clarify and discuss it to better understand. It says minimum insurance coverage on our, and then it says as required in Section 9 here. In Section 9, it says the $1 million. So from what I understand is the minimum is $1 million as we request, but it could be more depending on what insurance they bring to the table for whatever for the job and task that they're doing. Is that the understanding? Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, do we have that, it's written that way, or?
That's the way that I read it as is.
Yes.
The one thing I can suggest is in the future, the language should be really tight and clear, because again, there's always a difference between available coverage, and available modifies the requirements that your board has approved for insurance for these contracts, as opposed to applicable, which is a subjective term.
I see.
So it seems as if the department is comfortable that this is sufficient coverage, and your board is certainly entitled to rely on that. I'm just pointing out that the distinction in words is not necessarily without a difference, and what people talk about, oh, this is what I mean, isn't really helpful unless it's within the four corners of a document. So here it appears that Water Resources is comfortable, so, you know, as I said, your board's entitled to rely upon their assurances.
All right. Supervisor Sabatier, it looks like you have another comment.
Yeah, I do have a question. I don't see where it states available. I only see applicable. I'm just kind of curious where that term is.
No, it's changed. It's been changed from available to applicable. That's the point.
Okay, and from what I understand, you're telling us as a board that that's a stronger term to use, applicable, than available?
No, I'm telling you it's less defined.
Okay.
Applicable is more subjective. Available is what they've got. And the contract sets limits. Since the contract only requires certain things, I understand what the contractor is asking for. It's just normally you don't change it with just one word. But again, the department's comfortable in their discussions with this vendor. So again, your board's entitled to rely on this. I'm just raising it as,
Right.
I wouldn't make it a common practice, is my point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else to add there from the Department of Water Resources here?
No, I appreciate council's clarification and certainly her opinion. Pretty unique contract here with the consultant actually working for the state. So it's a unique situation, and I think our risk is minimal. We have some our standard insurance requirements, and they've agreed to meet those. So, but we will certainly make sure that we're future contracts are not as ambiguous.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else from the board that has anything before I open up to the public? No? Anyone from the public that wants to comment on this for public input? Okay, not hearing anyone. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Vice Chair, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, I waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of the goods and services. And, can I keep going, Anita? And approve agreement with Ramble Consulting Engineering Group for AEM survey services not to exceed $50,000 and authorize the chair to sign.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Scott, second by Chair Sabatier. Johanna, please, can you conduct the roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. I'll finish 5.15. I hope it's faster than that one, because we said that one would be a minute, but we'll go ahead and conduct 5.15. And let's see, let me read it off for you. So 5.15, approved contract between County of Lake and North Coast Opportunities Incorporated for the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for Children in Foster Care in an amount that shall not exceed the California Department of Social Services allocation from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024, and authorize the chair to sign. And I don't know if we have representation online or if...
Good morning.
Oh,
This is Crystal Marchand, Director of Social Services. I'm here.
Excellent.
We understand why the contract was pulled. There was, in looking into it further after I was first notified that it needed to be pulled, I found that there was miscommunication that created between program and our contracting staff that created an abnormally long process and failure to comply with some parts of the new purchasing ordinance. And so we will go back and correct that and bring it back to the board.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Anybody from the board that has anything they'd like to add or no? I'll go ahead and open it for public input just in case. All right, hearing nothing. So we'll just bring this back at a later time then? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Crystal, thank you very much. And with that, we'll go ahead and close this item and move on to the timed items, public input. It's a 9:05 item. We're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll go ahead and open it for public input. Anybody that wishes to speak for 3 minutes or so to express something that's not covered on the agenda, please come up to the mic or raise your hand in the Zoom room so we can address the topic you would like to discuss. Just know that we aren't trying to limit your speech. We have to allow other time for other people to speak for 3 minutes. And the other thing is if you can keep it concise, because someone else may need to speak as well. And we may not respond because if it's not on the agenda, we're at liberty to respond to that. So, is there anyone that would like to come up to the mic and speak for a public input? Do you see any hands in the Zoom room?
We do have one hand, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay.
It is phone 1113.
All right, if you could unmute and you can speak for 3 minutes and express what it is that's on your mind.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Dr. Will Tuttle. I'd like to just bring up to the board again, given the extraordinarily coercive COVID vaccination program, let's give it a little bit of thought here. What explains the emphasis, even the use of very coercive methods to force vaccination on populations when even big pharma and the corrupt medical establishment only claim the short-run and steeply declining protection from this vaccine? According to the medical establishment itself, double vaccination is no longer a protection. Booster shots are going to be needed every 6 months for the rest of your life. This is especially puzzling when we consider the known facts. Number one, that mortality of COVID is very low. It kills mainly those with comorbidities and those who are untreated or wrongly treated. Number 2, the vaccine reduces our natural immunity. Number 3, the vaccine causes a large number of adverse reactions, including deaths and lifelong disabilities. The CDC and the WHO admit that the adverse reactions reporting system vastly underreports the deaths and adverse reactions from the vaccine. No vaccine or medicine ever before in history has been kept in use that produces even a tiny fraction of the reported deaths and injuries of the current vaccines for COVID. The vaccine causes variants that are immune to the vaccine and to the weakened immune system of the vaccinated. New vaccines are needed to deal with the new variants, producing even more new variants. Number 5, the medical establishment is blocked to the extent of its ability to the treatment of COVID with 2 known, safe, effective, and inexpensive medicines, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Doctors who have saved lives of these medicines have been fired for using them. Number 6, distinguished and renowned scientific and medical experts, including Nobel laureates, have been censored and deplatformed for warning about the dangerous vaccines and advocating effective treatment instead. Number 7, the media speaks with one deceptive voice that vaccination is the only hope. Number 8, evidence from a number of countries demonstrates that COVID cases and deaths rise with vaccination and that the majority of cases and deaths from most age groups are vaccinated. Number 9, the science is clear that the vaccinated spread the virus just as easily or more easily than the unvaccinated. And number 10, indeed, the evidence is clear that the unvaccinated relying on natural immunity are better protected than the vaccinated. So I just want to, again, emphasize this and request that the board keep this in mind, not be pressured by higher up state and federal organizations and governments that are making money on this. They actually hold patents, CDC and the National Institutes of Health, so they're making money. There's a tremendous amount of corruption involved. So please take this into consideration. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Is there any other, any other public input that anyone would like to?
Mr. Vice Chair, we do have, just a moment, we do have 2 more hands up. The next hand up is Eileen Anderson in the Zoom room.
All right, Eileen, if you could unmute yourself, and when you start, we'll give you 3 minutes.
As you said, my name is Eileen Anderson. I'm here today to strenuously urge the Board of Supervisors to end all COVID restrictions. We are no longer in a state of emergency with just 12.4 cases per 100,000 people in the state of California, according to COVID-19.gov. That was when I looked it up yesterday, November 1st. In Lake County, we had four cases last week with 1 death all month. I also would like to talk about the coming mask and vaccine mandates for school children in K through 12. First of all, though, I'd like to give a pre-buttal because I've been on these things, these Zoom meetings before, and it's really a tragedy that the Board of Supervisors can say, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory and we're not going to follow that, when in reality the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is about 6 months, as we have been finding out. So there are thousands of doctors that are against mandates and vaccine mandates and mask mandates. I'm going to give you a few names. You can do your research, or I can send you a list and give you the names of thousands of doctors. There's Dr. John Ioannidis from Stanford, Dr. Scott Atlas, Stanford, Dr. Robert Malone, Northwestern University and Davis, Dr. Martin Kulldorff, Harvard, Dr. Sunetra Gupta, Oxford University, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Stanford University. Again, this is just a small list. I could provide you with thousands of doctors that are against this. The recovery rate in children is 99.97. Why are we mandating a vaccine that honestly, if you look at all the facts, has not gone through enough testing? They stopped the animal testing, and now they're just testing it on humans. There's only one vaccine that's been approved by the FDA, and that's the Comirnaty. And this is not confirmed. I've researched, but it's very hard to come by in the United States of America. And so they're using other Pfizer vaccines. That I cannot confirm. I've researched and researched, but so just wanted to make a note of that. Also, I'd like to point out that who is funding these doctors that are mandating this? Big Pharma. Why would they kill the golden goose that is providing their funding for these vaccines? It doesn't make sense. Also, I'd like to note that there is no science behind the mandates. You know, you guys sit there with your masks on. If you were in a restaurant sitting at a table with a beverage in front of you and a plate of food, you wouldn't have to be wearing a mask right now. What is the science
If you can wrap up
behind
your
that?
comments, please.
I just want to, again, affirm that I am against all COVID-19 restrictions. We are no longer in a state of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and the information.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker with hand up in the Zoom room is Swimmy.
Okay. If you can unmute yourself and please state your name so we can put it on record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I am Amanda Rose, and we, the Stolen Body, have repeatedly presented to direct our public servants to fulfilling their duties in ways that satisfy we, the people. Today, I attempted to enter my courthouse and was told by private court agents that they were not going to permit me to enter without covering my face, which violates my constitutionally protected rights. So today, having driven an hour to be able to deliver to you living testimonies from men and women serving as OPP police officers and world-renowned doctors, I have given my evidence package to a woman named Susan Parker to deliver to you, the Board of Supervisors. They include included in the extremely important docket is a collection of FOI requests from over 20 public health offices and agencies, proving that around the world, the alleged virus being used to justify these harmful, irrational, and non-consensual mandates, which aren't law, simply has neither been purified nor isolated, and therefore has not been proven to exist. I also present to provide notice that today's vote puts each of the people serving as board members of this county in full commercial liability to perform according to their oaths of duty. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, and now plausible deniability no longer exists. Any law made that violates the Constitution for the United States of America is null and void. As we have the right to life, life requires oxygen. No law that can be passed can violate our right to breathe oxygen. We are not asleep, we the people, at the wheel anymore. Please govern yourselves accordingly. It does not take very much effort to create new grand juries, and they will be forming next. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, the speaker mentioned that she had dropped off documents.
Yes.
And those will be attached to Granicus after the meeting. We cannot attach documents while we're in the middle of a meeting,
Okay.
but they'll be available later.
All right. And I think that covers it for public input. We're a little behind schedule, so I'll move on to item 6.2, or 9:06 a.m. Item, presentation of Big Valley Groundwater Basin Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SIGMA process, and B, call to action for review, input, recommendation, and approval of the proposed sustainable management criteria, SMCs, for the draft Big Valley GSP as recommended by the Big Valley GSP Advisory Committee, GSPAC. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to, I think it's Marina, right?
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take that.
Okay,
Mr.
Scott.
Vice Chair, this is Scott DeLeon, Public Works and Water Resources Director. My role here this morning is to introduce our two consultants, Eddie Teasdale and Christy Clark, with the consulting firm Ludorf and Scalmanini. And they're going to give you a presentation on the progress that's been made so far on the development of the Big Valley Groundwater Basin GSP. During their presentation, they're going to give you some sustainable management criteria, or SMCs. Ultimately, today, what we're asking your board to do is to consider and vote on recommending the inclusion of those SMCs, and I'm sure that Mr. Teasdale will have additional information for you if you have any questions on that. So with that, I will turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Can I get a thumbs up if folks can see my screen okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. So I'm just going to jump right in here and just give a quick outline. Two things I want to cover today is give you an overview of the groundwater sustainability plan. Your GSPAC and the county has been really working hard the last couple of months. A couple items I wanted to update you on there. And then, as Scott mentioned, the sustainable management criteria, which really are the key sort of fundamental pieces that we need some direction on from you all as we move this process forward. Again, just to refresh everybody's remind everybody, I guess, there's a timeline in the upper right-hand corner. So, we're obviously in 2021. We're wrapping up our plan now, hoping to get that done here in the next 15 to 20 days. And then that plan needs to be submitted to DWR in January 2022. And then, of course, the goal is for some basins to sort of maintain or achieve sustainability by 2042. I think we can all recognize that for the most part, the Big Valley Basin is in very good shape already. So I think some of us think we're already in that system. We've already achieved sustainability, but we'll talk a little bit about that here in a second. So, again, a recap on sustainability plans. What are they? There's a lot of details that kind of go into these plans, but really there's 4 key components. The first one is we need to describe the basin conditions. So, how big is the bathtub, supposed to speak. Who's using water, where's it being used, what are the entities that are in the basin. And then we kind of move into the next item, which is defining basin sustainability. So there's some specific criteria that DWR has given us that we have to manage towards, and those are the sustainable management criteria that we'll talk about here in about maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And then another item that comes out of these plans is sort of development projects and management actions. So in some cases, in some basins, if they're not sustainable, there's certain projects and or management actions that have to be implemented to become sustainable. So again, we've addressed some projects and management actions in the plan. We're not requiring any of those to be addressed, but if there's resources available, i.e. through grants, we want to capitalize on those, so those are included in the plan. And then really the fourth item is we have to develop the plan, which we're working on, and then adopt it by January 31st, 2022. So that's a quick recap of the main components that go into the plan. Moving on to slide 4, there's some guidance documents that DWR has provided, and that's sort of a screen capture is on the right-hand side of your screen there. And then on the left-hand side, what we've done is we've provided sort of a general table of contents for all the information that's going to be included into that plan. So you can see we've got, an introduction, and we've got various sections that, again, are required that come out of the GSP annotated outline. And then the items that are highlighted in red are items that we're already finished with, they're completed, they're out for a review now. The items that are sort of in black are being worked on, and again, our plan is to wrap all this up in the next 2 weeks. So again, that just gives you an overview of kind of what's in the plan, the specific content. Now I'm just going to kind of walk you through some of the sort of things that we've been working on with the GSPAC and the public over the last couple of months. The next item has to do with the Big Valley hydrologic model. And so this is a tool that we've developed really for a couple of reasons, but one is it helps us define the water budget. So again, as part of Sigma, we have to develop 3 water budgets. So we have to develop a historical water budget, a current water budget, and a future water budget. So this model that we've been developed or has been developed really helps us to sort of better understand, land use changes, where's water being used, who's pumping water, how's water being recharged. That's, one of the key components that come out of the model. So we've been working kind of, with the GSPAC and our technical team to work through that. We've completed the historical and current water budgets. And then now we're working on the future water budgets. So again, these future water budgets, again, this is being required by DWR. We're not kind of doing this out of the goodness of our hearts. So we have to make some assumptions on, hey, how is land use going to change in the future? How is climate change going to be incorporated into sort of our modeling and affect our water budget? So this is the kind of the tool that becomes, this is the benefit of this tool with the model. It helps us to sort of define these water budgets. So that's just a quick update on where we're at with the model. GSP implementation and funding is going to cost resources. So fortunately, the county has been able to capitalize on some grants that really have been paying for the development of the groundwater sustainability plan. But once the plan gets turned in, then it's back onto the county to figure out how do we develop a revenue stream to help move the GSP through sort of implementation and actually out into 2042. So these plans, the cost structure, the schedule, that's going to be included in Section 6 of the GSP. But I just wanted to kind of share with you some of the costs that are going to be required. So there's going to be a GSA administration cost. There's monitoring and data management that has to occur. There's obviously stakeholder outreach. We all recognize the importance of doing that. And then also GSP implementations and updates. So there's certain requirements that DWR has, annual reports, 5-year updates that have to be funded. So again, we're working sort of with Scott and his team to try to figure out how do we sort of develop a revenue stream. Again, this will all be run through the GSPAC before we make any decisions and present it to you all. I guess one other thing is we really want to make sure that we have grants available or we can capitalize on grants when they are available. So that's really important. And then I've just clipped sort of a text from the Sigma legislation that does allow the GSA to actually impose fees if needed. So I just wanted to share that with you. And again, there'll be more details on this as we kind of move through the process. GSP schedule. We started in May, really, and we've been meeting with the GSPAC at least monthly, sometimes twice a month. You can kind of see we've identified mid-November to get a public draft out to the GSP, to the public of the GSP, and then it'll be a 21-day public notice, and then that gives the public a chance to provide additional comments. As you all are probably aware, we've been releasing sections as we've finished them up, as they've been completed, so the public has had the opportunity to provide comments if needed. And some have. It's been really, really helpful. But again, we'll get the public draft out, complete draft out in November, and then that gives folks about 3 weeks to review that, and then we'll bring it back to the board in January for adoption. And again, the GSP is due to DWR at the end of January 2022. Again, I want to clarify for the public that there's, not only the public draft that's available to provide comments on. Once it's submitted to DWR, there's 75 days that are allowed for the public to provide additional comments. So after the GSP has been submitted in January 2022, there's an additional 75 days that will be available for the public to provide comments directly to DWR. So that's sort of an update on where we've been with GSP development. Now I really wanted to dive into sustainable management criteria. So this is really the key sort of fundamental piece for the groundwater sustainability plan. So again, to define sustainable management, what DWR has sort of developed is sort of some metrics. So we've got the sustainable management criteria, and then we have these measurable objectives, minimum thresholds, and interim milestones that we have to define for each one of our monitoring networks, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second, and then we get to define what is considered an undesirable result. So again, this is again being required by us, so we have to develop MOs, MTs, interim milestones that actually go back and focus or get wrapped up into an undesirable result. And again, we get to define what the undesirable result is. And this will probably make a little more sense when I kind of walk you through sort of what we're proposing for MOs, MTs, for our monitoring, for our various SMCs. So if you kind of think of MOs and MTs, MO is the ideal condition, MT is what we want to avoid. So some folks don't like it, but imagine your weight. You go to your doctor says, hey, Eddie, you should be 200 pounds or 205. Okay, my MO is 200, my MT probably 205. You don't want to hit 205 too often. So that's just an analogy that some folks like, some don't, so I apologize if I offended you. So let's talk about the sustainability indicators. So there's 6 of them. Again, this has been given to us by DWR. And I'll read them across the sort of the top of your screen here. So you've got the sustainability indicator. So the first one is lowering of groundwater levels. The second one is reduction of storage. The third one is seawater intrusion. The fourth one is degraded quality of water. The fifth one is land subsidence. And then the sixth one is surface water depletion. I think we can all recognize that we're far enough away from the ocean that seawater intrusion is really not an SMC we have to deal with here in Big Valley. And now let's talk a little bit quickly about the metrics. So the metric for lowering of groundwater levels is groundwater elevation, right? So we know we've got lots of wells within the Big Valley area. So we watch those water levels, and they're going to fluctuate seasonally, but we have to define MOs and MTs for water levels. Reduction in storage, it's kind of similar to water levels, right? We want to make sure that we're kind of keeping the storage in the aquifer sustainable. So if we can keep water levels sustainable, generally we're not having a huge impact in the reduction in storage. So in a lot of cases, the SMC for that reduction in storage, we use groundwater elevations as a proxy. Degraded water quality, we're going to utilize a monitoring network, and we're going to collect water quality data from those wells, and we'll utilize a total dissolved solids as a proxy for sort of understanding the health of the water quality, groundwater quality. Land subsidence, again, it's not an issue in this basin. Some of the basins in Southern California have big issues. So again, all these metrics are in relation to groundwater extraction. So if we're extracting groundwater that's resulting in subsidence, we've got an issue. We're not seeing that in Big Valley, but we recognize it's important, so we want to monitor it. And then the surface water depletion, SMC, that's sort of a volume of rate where we're looking at, water, if groundwater is pumped near a creek, near a stream, if it's having a negative impact on surface water, we have to set up an MO and MT for that specific SMC as well. So I'm going to move to slide 10 briefly, and this is the monitoring network. So remember, for these SMCs, what we have to do is we have to develop a representative monitoring site, and then at that site, and generally it's a well, we set an MO and an MT. So we've got 2 networks, sort of monitoring networks in the county. We've got a broad monitoring network, 50-something wells. That's going to continue. That's what William and his folks have been working on the last couple of years. That's going to continue. But then we've got a subset of the broad monitoring network, which we're going to represent, what we're calling as a representative monitoring network, or the representative monitoring sites. These are the RMS wells that we're going to utilize to set the SMCs. Okay? And in some cases, we have different wells that represent different SMCs. So as an example, recognizing the importance of water quality, we've added a couple of wells that maybe are not included in the water level SMC, or the RMS network. And then also for the surface water depletion SMCs, we've tried to select monitoring wells that are closer to surface water, right? If we're trying to monitor the impacts of pumping near surface water, we want to monitor wells that are closer to the creek. So there's a bit of a shift in the RMS network, but generally there's 6 to 7 wells for each one of the SMCs. So, we worked with the GSPAC. I think we started our initial meetings on the SMC factor, or SMC task, probably back in early August. And I think we counted with the meetings we've had with the GSPAC, and then we've also had meetings with individual GSPAC members, because they all represent different stakeholders, have different concerns. I think we've had about over 20 meetings over the last couple of months to talk about specifically SMCs. So recognizing, that everybody has different interests, what we decided to do, and this is Christy Clark with StatTech was sort of instrumental in sort of setting this up, is what we did, we had a sort of a ranking system, and I've sort of illustrated that on the right-hand side of the of your screen here, where we have a ranking system from 1 to 6, and 1 would be a vote where the GSPAC fully endorsed the MO, MT, SMC, and 6 they would outright reject it. And so again, if we had folks, and we had some that were sort of on the 5 and 6 range, the question was, how do we get them back down, ideally below 4? That's what we're looking at. So when you kind of look at the sort of the distribution of the GSPAC members, 10 members I think I know most of the votes came back in that 1 to 3 range. We did have some outliers, and we're kind of working through those now. But I just wanted to share that with you. That this is not being done within a vacuum. So, last slide, I promise. This is the key slide. So what I've tried to do here is I've listed the sustainability indicators on the left-hand side of the column. So you can see sustainability indicator, and then we've got the 5 that are listed. We've got chronic lowering of groundwater elevations, reduction in storage, degraded water quality, land subsidence, seawater intrusion. I included it, but it's not applicable. And then we've got the depletion of interconnected surface waters. And then what we've done is we've sort of worked with the G-SPAC, and we've identified MTs, MOs, and undesirable results for each one of the SMCs. I do want to note that when these plans are submitted to DWR, what we've been told is we're going to be sort of judged on the MT. So again, I mentioned the MO is the ideal condition. That's where we want to get to, but we're not going to be judged by DWR on that. We're getting judged by the MT. We want to avoid hitting that MT. So let me kind of walk you through these. I know it's a lot of information, but the chronic lowering of groundwater elevations, let's talk about the MT. So this is what we want to avoid. So this is going to be, the agreement has been, or the county's recommendation is the lowest historical spring groundwater elevation plus an operational flexibility margin at each RMS for groundwater elevations. That's the MT. Let's talk about the MO. The MO is the average historical spring groundwater elevation at each RMS for groundwater elevation. And then it's really important to understand the undesirable result. So what is considered undesirable? This is a local decision. What we're saying is considered undesirable is when 33% or 2 out of the 6 RMS wells fall below the MT for 2 consecutive years. So if that happens, there has to be a management action occur to bring that water level back up above the MT and ideally headed towards the MO. And then let me just kind of walk through these and I'll open it up for questions. Reduction in groundwater storage, I mentioned the sort of the bathtub analogy. So if we can keep water levels stable, then we're not seeing reductions in storage. So for the reduction in storage SMC, and again, we're required to set these, we're saying it's going to be the same SMC as groundwater levels. So the idea, again, the analogy is if water levels are not changing, we're not seeing changes in storage. Degraded water quality, we're very fortunate in Big Valley. Water quality is extremely good. So what we're utilizing is total dissolved solids as sort of a proxy for the overall health and water quality of the groundwater in the basin. So total dissolved solids of 750 milligrams per liter is the MT. The MO is 500 milligrams per liter. So that's sort of the MO is set at the secondary drinking water standard in California. And then to recognize the importance again of water quality, we added an additional RMS well. And so in this case, we're saying when the undesirable result would be when 2 out of the 7 RMS wells exceed the MT for 2 consecutive years. So just to give folks a sort of understanding right now, the TDS, the average TDS, and we had just done some recent sampling with DWR, is around 350 milligrams per liter. So we're not even at the, we're in this case, we're well below the MO already. Land subsidence, the SMC for land subsidence, again, we're not seeing land subsidence in Big Valley, but we thought the G-SPAC and the county recognized the importance to monitor for it, so we're utilizing satellite imagery. So essentially what we're saying with the MT is we're saying no more than 0.5 feet of subsidence over a 5-year period, which really is the margin of error in the equipment that's utilized to track subsidence. So essentially what we're saying is there's going to be no subsidence within Big Valley. The MT is just half of the MO. Sorry, the MO is just half of the MT. The undesirable result, very similar when we're saying there will be an undesirable result if 2 out of the 6 RMS locations drop below the MT over a specific period. Seawater intrusion is not applicable, so we're not even going to, we'll mention it in the plan, but we're not going to set MOs and MTs for that. And then depletion of interconnected surface waters, it's sort of a similar concept as groundwater levels. We're sort of utilizing the lowest historical spring groundwater elevation plus an operational flexibility. The MO is sort of an average historical spring. So what we're trying to do is not make any changes. We're trying to keep things status quo. You know, right now the basin is actually quite healthy, so we just don't want to change that. And then the undesirable results in this case is very similar. When 2 of the 6 RMS wells would drop below the MT, that would be considered an undesirable result, and then there have to be a management action put in place to move that forward. So I appreciate your time. I know that was a lot of information. I'm happy to address questions. And then Scott, I guess I just hand it back to you and see where we go with this.
Okay, thank you very much, Eddie. Yeah, great presentation, lots of information there. And board will be happy to answer any questions. Ultimately, these items right here are the SMCs are what we're asking your board's concurrence and approval of so that this can be taken back and can be incorporated into the final draft of the plan for the GSP.
Okay. Is there any questions from the board? Yes, there is. I see Jessica's got her. Go ahead.
So we're adopting the thresholds for the undesirable results, and then will we see the management plans if those thresholds are reached?
Yeah, I can address that. So in the plan, I think it's section 4 will detail the sustainable management criteria, and then section 5 talks about the projects and management actions that will be implemented if we hit the undesirable result. So the answer is yes, you'll see those in the plan itself.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Let's see. Any other questions from the board?
Supervisor Sabatier has his.
I couldn't see.
hand up.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Can we take down the share screen, then you can see hands better?
Actually, I was going to use the share screen for the information because there's a lot of information. It's hard to remember it. My question is for the TDS of 500 milligram. We're looking at the water quality, the groundwater water quality in the area. I'm going to make some assumptions here, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that certain people are using wells in order to bring potable water into their homes and that they're not all connected. Where does 500 milligram a liter per liter stand as far as water quality for the purpose of drinking water?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So the answer is yes, they're obviously using groundwater and bringing it into their homes. So total dissolved solids is a secondary MCL that's set by the state. So this is a secondary MCL. Really, there's no health issues with drinking TDS of over 1,000. It's more the aesthetics, it's the taste, the color. There's no health impacts. You know, it's not like arsenic or boron. It's just it's sort of a general indicator of the health. And I think I mentioned previously we had William and company had we reached out to DWR. DWR has gone out and done some sampling in a couple of these wells, and we did see one that was over 1,000, but most, on average, the water level, the water quality specific to TDS is well below 500 milligrams per liter.
Okay, I appreciate that. And you spoke for a little bit about climate change and its impacts to the groundwater in the area. Obviously, that's something that happens when we have long-lasting droughts, as we are experiencing right now. I know that I'm hoping that some of this information can be brought over into the discussion that Supervisor Heiska and myself are having about drought management plan. Because I think it will help to better understand how to move around the county in similar situations and how to ensure that there's long-lasting groundwater and low impacts to the area and things like that. So I appreciate the data that you're providing and the research that you're doing.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. If no other questions, we'll go ahead and open it up for public input. Is there anybody in the Zoom room that would like to speak on this?
Not seeing any hands up.
All right, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Vice Chair, sitting as the Board of Directors of the Lake County Watershed Protection District, acting as the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency, I consider and approve the proposed SMCs for the draft Big Valley GSP as recommended by the Big Valley GSP Advisory Committee.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Simon. Joanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Yes. Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier. Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Okay, Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Director De Leon and Mr. Teasdale. We appreciate your time and your presentation very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, so ending that, where should we go next here? We're a little behind schedule, so do we need to jump to something?
No, I think
No.
we should just stick with
Continue
our-
forward? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so next, 6.4, does anybody need a comfort break? Is everyone okay?
6.3?
6.3.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of myself. There we go. 6.3, 9:20 a.m., sitting as the Board of Directors In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. Consideration of memorandum of understanding between In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and SEIU Local 2015 Union. And so I'll go ahead and,
And so it looks like Director Marquitan is in the room. I assume she's presenting this to your board? Director Marquitan? Mr. Chair, you may want to, it looks like she is here, but may have just stepped away. Oh, there she is.
I'm here.
Okay,
she's
great.
there. There we go.
Yes. So today we have the agreement between SEIU 2015 and the Department of Social Services for the next 2 years and 2 months. And this gives the IHSS providers a 65-cent an hour raise.
All right. Is that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that is basically the essence.
The term? And the term, Director Marquitan?
It is for 2 years and 2 months.
Okay. Is there any questions or concerns for Director Marquitan? Any comments?
No questions or concerns, but thank you very much to everyone getting to this point. I know that last week we had some IHSS workers here that gave public comment. Obviously, since I've been on the board, we've been moving in this direction. Glad to have this day happening at this point. They do critical work in Lake County. I also would just like to note that there are also a couple other, it provides $5,000 per year to be used by IHSS workers, through SEIU for training, and $5,000 used for cleaning and safety supplies. So, and also wanted to highlight that as we move forward. So, supporting these folks, like you said, we know that they do critical work, and was happy to hear those comments last week, and glad to be here today making this move. So that's it.
Excellent. Any other comments from the board members? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public input. Does anybody in the chambers would like to come up to the mic and say anything? Okay. Looks like we have Betsy Kahn with her hand up. Betsy, if you can unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Marquitan, I wondered if you could tell us, in the document that's provided with the agenda package, it says that the wage will be the federal or state minimum, whichever is greater. And I'd like to know what that total is that you're adding 65 cents to. And then how much money is involved in the overall cost of IHSS to the county now? And where can we get information about those facts about the IHSS workers?
So both of those things, I would need my fiscal deputy here to speak to that, and I'm not sure if she's on in the building. I can get the information for you, but I don't want to speak and give inaccurate information.
I would be happy to accept that information in an email, and I can send you a request so that I can talk about this on the radio for our Senior Moments program. It's just for informing the public. It's not accusatory or anything like that. It's just I want the information to be able to give those folks. We really appreciate you guys, all of you, doing what you've done. Thank you.
I would just like to add that we are really pleased that we have reached an agreement as well, and I see that Mickey is here. Mickey, can you address Betsy's question, or Ms. Khan's question?
Good morning. I'm sorry, Betsy, I might have missed the full question there. I know you were asking for the overall cost of the program, is that correct?
I would, yeah, I'd like to know what the scope of the program, the fiscal cost is, and then the documentation associated with this item states that the wage will be based upon the federal or state minimum wage, whichever is greater. I wonder which one it is, and then so how much is the actual wage going to be for a worker now?
Thank you. Thank you for saying that over again. Currently, the minimum wage is $14 an hour. So what we have negotiated is a 65-cent over the minimum wage. So currently, it would be $14.65. But when the minimum wage at January goes up to $15, it will be $15.65. So the state minimum wage is higher than the federal minimum wage at this time. And as far as the cost of the program, I could provide you with I could pull up some numbers and provide you with something later. I don't have the full cost of the program. We do the federal government pays for parts of it, the state government pays for parts of it, and then local county pays for part of it. Our portion is significant, and we pay the smallest amount, which would be annually is between $6.5 million and $7 million a year.
Excellent. Well, thank you for answering those questions. And is there anyone else that has a comment from the public? I don't see any hands raised, so I will bring it back to the board for action, or if there's any other comments.
Mr. Chair, sitting as the Board of Directors of In-Home Support Services Public Authority, I want to move to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between In-Home Supportive Services, IHSS Public Authority, and SEIU Local 2015 Unit.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Simon, second by Supervisor Pyska. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier. Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're on 6.4. All right, so we will move on to item 6.4. It's our 9:30 timed item. Consideration of presentation by Sonoma Clean Power Chief Executive Officer Jeff Cyphers on a geothermal opportunity zone and invitation for Lake County to join. And let's see, Carol, would you like to go ahead and start it out?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Matthew Rostein has been working with representatives of Sonoma Clean Power, and he'll introduce this item.
Good morning, Board. As you're aware, in 2019 and 2020, Sonoma Clean Power generously conducted a study evaluating the feasibility of Lake County implementing community choice aggregation and being served by Sonoma Clean Power specifically. This study was conducted at no cost to the county. While SCP serving Lake County was not determined cost-effective at that time, they've been invaluable partners since. Most recently, SCP submitted letters of support for multiple county grant applications. We are very grateful for SCP's collaboration and partnership and the SCP Board's support of Lake County's energy resiliency and economic development priorities. Over the next several years, multiple large-scale energy projects will be decommissioned in California, including the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant. As a result, baseload renewable resources, projects with more constant, reliable production than can be provided by more weather-dependent solar or wind, for example, are expected to be of increasing import in the state's energy portfolio. Lake County has long been home to Calpine's The Geysers geothermal facility, a key baseload resource. And portions of our county are rich in the natural attributes that are conducive to geothermal production. New closed-loop geothermal technologies can facilitate energy production with less water usage. Opportunity therefore exists to encourage job creation and possibly even generate county revenue by promoting new geothermal development. We're very excited that Jeff Cyphers and Ryan Tracy of Sonoma Clean Power are here today to discuss creation of a geothermal opportunity zone. Jeff and Ryan, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm Jeff Cyphers. Ryan Tracy, wave your hand. That's Ryan Tracy. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for inviting us here. We are, just for the members of the public who don't know, Sonoma Clean Power is a public electricity provider that generates the electricity for Sonoma and Mendocino counties today, and our customers still share the power lines of PG&E to distribute that energy, just for background. And as Mr. Rothstein alluded, even though we are waiting to reassess the cost effectiveness of providing service to Lake County, we've been closely engaged. And I think that that conversation all along has been really good because we do share an awful lot of similar challenges, such as fires and water and other issues. And we obviously share the Geysers complex with Sonoma and Mendocino as well. And so really this conversation about the geothermal opportunity zone extended out of the fact that the state regulators at the CPUC have recently called for more than doubling the amount of geothermal energy that the state produces in a very short schedule, actually, by the time that the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant retires in 2025. And that's a very aggressive timetable, and that's one thing that's driving our interest in geothermal. But there is also a long game that we're looking at, and that is that developing geothermal in ways that are much more water efficient than traditional geothermal power is going to be, we think, increasingly important in the western United States. And also, you know, looking at technologies that use much less land than traditional geothermal, so that you don't have the long flow tubes and other things that are needed for the geysers type of power generation. And so last month, our board of directors asked me and Ryan to extend an invitation to Lake County to join an effort that we're spearheading to increase California's use of geothermal power. And so, that's our objective. And further kind of reinforcing the need for 24/7 clean power is the fact that California is not just closing its last nuclear power plant, but it's also phasing out the use of natural gas power. And in fact, the state has a law, Senate Bill 100, that requires no gas plants to operate in the year 2046. So that is it sounds far away, but our state relies very heavily on natural gas power today. And so gearing up for that long game and developing technologies like offshore wind and geothermal power are going to be part of the solution for making that possible. And so part of what will also make it possible are creative energy storage solutions like the Flashes grant that you know are pursuing as well with the closed loop tanks of water. And so I wanted to, let me see if I can share my screen. Is that possible? You seeing that? Thumbs up?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, super. So I wanted to talk about what we're trying to form, and this would be across Sonoma, Mendocino, and Lake counties, we hope, should those counties decide to participate. And it's really to form a partnership where our staff share some time to support research into potential project locations. We explore, you know, different appetites and interest for consuming the power. The default on that would be that Sonoma Clean Power buys the energy output initially of projects, but that could be expanded to include the county lake if there's an opportunity to serve customers yourselves or through our program, and also the opportunity to invite in other community choice aggregation or CCA type power providers around California if there's more production than we could buy on our own. And then I mentioned the use of significantly lower water, and I'll show you a slide about how that would work. But also, as local governments, we're very interested in not only sustaining the jobs and revenues and taxes from existing geothermal production, which is going to be important because the geysers complex does have a very slowly declining output. And so finding ways to boost that without needing new water is going to be important, we think. But also to add to it. I think you probably know that Lake County is the Saudi Arabia of geothermal power. And if you don't, I tout it from the rooftops because you have a resource that is quite special, and I think it's not necessarily been fully utilized. And I think the main constraint has been water in the past and transmission capacity. So we also have an interest in attracting money. The federal government, even though they're tied up in knots around infrastructure money, we do believe that both the federal government and the state of California are going to identify geothermal energy and other baseload clean renewable power sources as being really critical to develop in the near term. So as a map of the potential resource, the little triangles represent the existing developed geothermal energy. And obviously a lot of that hottest zone of potential resource is actually in the lake itself, and so you wouldn't have buildings constructed out there. But I'll show you why some of that resource might be developable, and Lake County could be a potential beneficiary of this. So the two technologies that are highlighted here, on the left, it's showing a little sketch of a building at the surface of the earth that has a turbine where steam is flowing up out of the ground, and that steam is expanding and running the turbine. And again, in the picture on the left, but the right-hand side of it, there's a separate well that is injecting water into the ground. And the way that works at the geysers today is the rock is very porous. So you're injecting treated wastewater, and it's flowing around the hot rock, and it turns into steam and comes up through a different tube. So there's a lot of pipes at the surface of the earth, and that creates a pretty large footprint that some people have some concerns about further development of that type of geothermal. On the right is one example of a few new kinds of technologies that have been in use in limited places around the earth. And we're pretty excited about it because it comes out of industries that are starting to lose jobs, like the natural gas and oil industries, in terms of the directional drilling technologies, where you can have a fairly small footprint at the surface of the earth, where your water flowing down into the ground is very close to where you're collecting steam above the ground, and in fact, you can have it at the same facility, and then steer the bore to go to the hot rock area. The other part in that binary technology on the right is it's closed loop. So you're actually using far less water to make up for any losses than you are in the existing technology. And we think the potential for water conservation could be really critical. So this is just a short presentation, mostly to gauge interest and appetite and to see if the board wants to learn more, wants to get into some of the details of kind of what we're talking about with the GeoZone, and really to consider passing a resolution and joining. And doing that would start a discussion about how and where to encourage geothermal production. It would not entail any expectation of funds from Lake County, and Sonoma Clean Power would propose to lead the staff the effort, but it would involve some of your time. So your staff, we'd expect, would help us research potential sites, help us bring updates to this board, and generally to stay engaged. And with that, Matthew, maybe we could see if there's questions on this and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Cyphers. Matthew, do you have anything else?
I don't have anything further to add at this time. We'll look forward to your board's questions, Senate questions, or comments from the public.
Excellent. Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, I appreciate this conversation, and I think we're interested in some exploration, but are you looking to expand out of the geyser complex in other parts of the county?
We are, and with very small footprint technology. So the idea is, instead of having relatively massive buildings with giant concrete pads and lots of tubes, we're looking at trying to use technology that each individual plant might be relatively small in terms of its output, but also small in terms of its footprint as well. So we're considering opportunities to site projects on public land, private land, potentially tribal properties if the tribes wish to own these assets and sell to us. And so I think there could be a number of different kinds of places to place it.
So it would all be new infrastructure?
There are probably some limited places where we could reuse existing infrastructure within the geysers complex and certainly in Lake County, where geothermal projects were either developed and abandoned or have become decommissioned. And so that is also on the table, but really the locations of this would be driven by you and the public in the sort of overlap of where the potential is and where the public wishes to see this kind of development. So we definitely, as fellow public agencies, do not want to impose projects in places where you do not want them. So I would hope that's a conversation we can have just right out in the open here.
Yeah. And so I see on the diagram, the boring kind of goes laterally under the ground. And so I know this is very early in the conversation, but would that increase earthquakes throughout our communities?
The good news is this newer technology, because it's capturing the steam and condensing it and re-injecting it into the ground, it actually produces much less seismic activity than the classic, essentially injecting cold water into the ground. So this water is actually warmer when it goes into the ground, and it's the injection of cold water against hot rock that causes earthquakes. So that's something where I don't have enough detail to characterize like how much less that is, and that would be part of what we want to study and research. But I'm encouraged that could be one of the problems that we're helping solve.
Okay. And I know geothermal is often touted as a very clean energy source, and there are byproducts, and it's not as clean as maybe some people think if you've ever worked on a power plant like I have. And so I'm just wondering if what kind of waste you would see throughout our communities with these smaller little plants.
The other good news about, so there's bad news too, which I'll share after sharing good news about closed loop. But the other good news, to your point about using closed loop and binary type systems, is that you're not getting the leakage of hydrogen sulfide gas and carbon dioxide or methane from essentially an open well that's open to the atmosphere, because should any come out, it's condensed and re-injected into the ground. And so from an air quality and a human health standpoint, we think there's some really significant advantages. I want to be full disclosure that the downside is these units are slightly less efficient, or at least some of the early ones have been slightly less efficient at producing a megawatt of power out of a certain unit of heat. And so that would be something we also want to explore, is if there are ways to improve the efficiency, the energy efficiency conversion of these new systems.
And there are some solids too after condensation.
Yes. Yeah, and Brian, I don't know if you can speak to that.
Yeah, and also from drilling. If there's new drilling new well bores. Those are all things that we want to keep in scope, and we're engaging developers and looking at their plans to mitigate those types of issues.
Okay, well, I really appreciate this conversation. I think it's exciting, but I do have a lot of experience in this field, so there is a lot that we'll still need to talk about in the future. But thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from members of the board?
Just a question on, obviously, like you said, new technology and those types of things. I've never worked in geothermal fields, so Jessica, you obviously have an upper hand on that. But obviously been up there and understand exactly what we have in our backyard here in Lake County with our geothermal partners that are here. When it talks about production or minimal external, the lowering of the water usage, do you guys have an idea, or it's just, you think it does, or is there a percentage of less water usage on these binary plants than the current geothermal fields that we have in Lake County?
Ryan, do you have something specific on that, or?
I mean, theoretically, some of these technologies are close to operating without any net water input. I think there's some water to feed the system initially to fill it up, but much lower. We certainly get better numbers on that, but drastically lower water input than what we've seen.
I also think there probably in most cases, if we're near any sort of porous rock, there will be some net input into the ground, some essentially water that gets diffused out into the ground. But I think it is exciting to see this potential significant decrease. And we're certainly aiming to maximize that, because it's not just Lake County. Sonoma and Mendocino have both dealt with some pretty severe water crises. And even the flows to the existing geysers have been questioned in public meetings. And so we definitely want to get ahead of any potential conversation about how that water gets used and make sure we can use it very efficiently.
Okay. The other comment, I'd be on the same, that we are looking at all opportunities for the long-term sustainability of our, electrical grid and, the opportunity we can provide the folks here. And ultimately creating jobs is a long-term opportunity that we always want to be looking at. So a lot more education, interested in at least hearing more. Don't know if I'm prepared to move forward with the resolution of joining anything yet, because still need to be educated a lot more on what the opportunities may be here in Lake County. So appreciate the presentation. And Matthew, thank you very much, because I know we've been having many conversations on how we move along with different opportunities here in Lake County. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Energy is definitely a huge topic of interest for everybody, especially with PSPS and these soaring prices. I have a couple concerns that I want to share. One is you showed us the map of where the geothermal footprint is, and pretty much it's Lake County, as you suggested, though I don't know if I'm happy with the analogy that we are the Saudi Arabia of geothermal. It represents the fact that this is where the base is for the area. And my concern is, and I guess I'm using history to kind of be concerned about something, is we have Calpine, we have the geothermal, but do we really benefit other than jobs on a very personal level with energy coming back into Lake County? No, we don't. We don't see a reduction in costs. Yes, we do see some revenue coming into the county, but on a personal level, in our households, in our community, there's not a huge benefit other than the jobs. I'm hopeful, because you named Sonoma County and Mendocino County, that this will not just be a job creation and an energy leaving our community to be able to energize other communities, and that we actually benefit on a very personal level. I know those have been conversations that I had when I joined Supervisor Crandall to talk about the wind project over between Colusa County and Lake County. What do we actually benefit from it, rather than just providing some clean energy where then PG&E can continue to offer us the same rates that they're offering. I'm also concerned about the rate increases which looks like CCA, it takes a higher increase based on PG&E's request at CPUC. And I think it's tough because I know you utilize their power line infrastructure, even though you create your own energy, and it's tough for you to be able to separate away from PG&E's rate increases, where they can kind of tell you what your rates will be, and have been doing so over the course of the last 5 years, because you offered a great rate, and that rate is slowly getting closer and closer to the exact rate of PG&E. And so those are some of my concerns. I want to make sure that we benefit. I want to make sure that it's going. I love the comments brought up by Supervisor Pyska. We want to make sure that our environment is not changed for the worse just to create energy. There's other technologies out there that are moving forward, such as power cells and things like that, and who knows where we will be 10 years from now, because the technology is moving so fast. And I anticipate that if this project does move forward, that it will take probably at least 10 years or around then to be able to fully develop, fully study and things like that. The other concern was you mentioned Sonoma and Mendocino County, and it sounded like they're not on board at this moment in time. Is this your first presentation? Have you presented to them and they haven't approved yet to be on board with this? I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification on that.
Yeah, they're slower to agendas, but yes, we have agendas, dates for Sonoma and Mendocino as well. And our board consists of members of those two counties as well. So our board is made up of each of the cities that we serve and the two counties. So they've already heard about this, but we're going in and doing a briefing to Mendocino later this month and to Sonoma in December.
So you just said something that triggered something. I would anticipate that if we say yes, that there would be a board opening seat so that Lake County could become a part of your board.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah,
I would need to obviously ask my board for that because they control that. But that's an intriguing idea, and you've also thrown down some excellent challenges about what are the individual benefits in Lake County. And I'm taking a lot of notes. I also think we could use this as an opportunity to explore eventual service to Lake County using resources that we might finance, but then serve load in Lake County. And all those things sound good to me. The seat on the board wouldn't be allowed by our existing governing documents, so they would have to be modified. So that might take some time. And one thought to address another concern is if any sort of declaration or resolution could be drafted in a manner that made no commitment whatsoever to development, but just to exploring this opportunity, that may be helpful in us going to the federal government to see if money could be available to aid this effort, while there's a longer, much more detailed conversation as well. And so it's something to consider as we go forward to not bind in any way the project development, but to allow us to essentially call and put our hand out and say to Mike Thompson and others, can you help?
Right, and I'm absolutely on board with the idea of exploring this with no further commitment. I know that you're going to have to go through CEQA. Most likely you'll have to go through NEPA if you get some federal grants out of that. And those are the most important documents to really understand what the impacts will be. And so I'm okay with the resolution of exploring. I don't believe that's what's in front of us at this moment in time. So if it needs to come back with clarification on the resolution, I'm happy to move that forward, because exploring ideas is what we need to be doing to make sure that we're well positioned in the future, rather than waiting for the right thing to come to us.
Super. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'd also like you to explore the idea of getting Lake County a seat on the board.
Yes, I will certainly ask that question. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other comments from the board? All right. We'll go ahead and open it up for public input. I don't see anybody moving up, but I do see a hand up. And Sally Peterson, if you can unmute, and you have your 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. I really appreciate the questions from the Board of Supervisors today about this. And I'm curious to ask if there are any, it sounds like this is brand new technology, but is there any place that this technology is working now that we can look at as an example?
Hey, Pat. And this is actually one of the reasons that really there's a catalyst for creating this zone is we're seeing technology development help happen a lot elsewhere in the world and elsewhere in the country. A lot of new geothermal development is happening in Nevada. A lot of it's happening in Europe, including there's many of these binary operating plants that are currently in operation. The subsurface closed loop, that's more in its infancy, but what we're really looking at with this opportunity is to say, hey, we actually have a really good resource in our backyard and look at different issues that we can attack, with engaging the community and engaging different stakeholders to make developers think of Lake County as an option and just start developing and evolving these technologies.
Thank you for that. Okay. Next, we have Betsy Connell. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Cyphers, I wonder if you could please identify those elected officials from Sonoma and Mendocino counties that are on your board, please?
So, Chair Supervisor Linda Hopkins is on our board currently, and then Dan Jerdy from Mendocino is on our board as well. And then there are members from each city.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Is there a way to locate the information about your board online? Is there a website?
Yes, and there's quite a lot of material if you want to learn more about us at sonomacleanpower.org.
sonomacleanpower.org.
Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. All right, I don't see anyone else's hand up. With that, I will close public input and bring it back to the board here at the, for action, yeah, or for whatever we decide.
All right, so I really appreciate, again, having this conversation because as we move forward, we have to, as Supervisor Sabatier mentioned, we have to figure out our sustainability for our PSPSs and for providing and creating power in our county. And I really like the idea of developing a network of smaller facilities that are less impactful. We've got a biochar project that we're trying to get done, and maybe several more possibly in the future. And so this really kind of works with the ideas that we're floating around right now. And I'm excited to have this conversation, but we do really have to be at the table if this is going to be mostly in our county. So I just want to make sure that that's very, very clear today.
All right, thank you for emphasizing that. That is my concern as well. You and Supervisor Sabatier have mentioned some very important questions that I had as well, and I'd like to see the same assurances as well. So thank you for bringing that up. And so I think...
Supervisor Sabatier has his hand up.
Oh, Supervisor Sabatier, sorry, I didn't...
No worries, it's what happens when you stay home. I would like to see a exploration resolution brought back to us so we can review that. I think that it would be difficult to get a membership on a board prior to an actual idea of a project being done, and so I think that's kind of the cart before the horse. Because exploration without further commitments, I'm very comfortable with. So then we can go ahead and proceed with the idea, okay, if we're going to do this and we're going to commit to this type of a project, then let's make sure that we have a seat at the table in order to move forward and have a voice for Lake County. And so if it's possible to do so, and if the rest of the board feels okay with doing that, I would love to see that coming to us at a future agenda.
Yep.
All right. I think it looks like we have a consensus of direction. Do we need to formalize that, Ms. Grant?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Staff understands, and we'll
All
return.
right. Looks like we have a consensus. Thank you, Matthew. And thank you, Mr. Cyphers. And with that, we'll go ahead and close this item. And I'm going to offer a comfort break for 5 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
All right. We'll be back here at 10:38. There we go.
That's what I sing to my grandkid.
All right, looks like we're back, and we're a little late, sorry, but we are here. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our 950, and I'll go ahead and read it off. Consideration of presentation by Caltrans regarding the Clean California program and the November 20th bulky item free dump day in Lake County. And this will be presented by Public Services, and Lars Ewing, I see, is on the Zoom. Would you like to go ahead and introduce?
Yes, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. So the board and the public at large may be familiar with a new statewide program that's rolled out through Caltrans called Clean California. The goal of the program in very brief terms, broad terms, is to remove litter and to beautify roadsides. Recently, Caltrans District 1 Clean California staff contacted Public Services to discuss a specific component of that program, which is a free bulky item dump day. Through this program, Caltrans is partnering with solid waste management agencies around the state, which in the case of Lake County, solid waste management agency is the county itself, to fund a free bulky item drop-off day. What that means is to the general public is essentially just what it sounds like. One day where they can drop off bulky items at no cost to either the East Lake landfill in the city of Clear Lake or to the CNS transfer station in Lakeport. Staff is coordinated for that day to be Saturday, November 20th. And so we wanted to take the opportunity to start the advertisement of this opportunity. And through this program, Caltrans will reimburse the county for disposal costs. They'll also be providing traffic control at the locations, and they will be helping to promote the opportunity through their PIO office in concert with the county. So for this presentation, I'll turn it over to Julia Peterson. I believe she is on. She's Caltrans District 1 Clean California Coordinator. She has a very short presentation on the overall program, in particular the local grant program, which extends beyond this free dump day. Also on is Tom Fitzgerald, Caltrans District 1 Deputy Director, so he'll be available to answer any questions. And this item, well, it's presentation only, with an intent of just promoting the program, advertising the opportunity to the public, but obviously we'd be happy to receive any direction that the board may have. So at this time, I see Tom, and maybe I just need to maximize my screen. There's Julia. So Julia, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us to talk about Clean California. Really appreciate the opportunity to promote this new program, and hope that you find some interesting information and that will help the citizens of Lake County. So Clean California was enacted by the governor and is a 2-year program. Some parts go 3 years, but most of it is 2 years. The main goals for Clean California are to remove litter, create jobs, and to beautify California. I think there's pretty universal approval of removing litter, creating jobs, and beautifying California. So this is really a fun opportunity to be part of Clean California. So there's a fair amount of money attached to this project. Caltrans has $418 million for litter abatement, and the dump day that we're scheduling in Lake County at 2 locations are part of this litter abatement. We're trying to remove litter before it hits the roadways, and so we'll be sponsoring dump days, among many other things. Caltrans has $287 million worth of beautification projects. That includes one project in Lake County, and we'll talk about that a little bit. It is, we're planning to put gateway monuments. So the idea of beautifying Caltrans, we're planning to do gateway monuments and 2 decorative type artistic bus shelters. So the gateway monuments will be for Clear Lake Oaks, Lucerne, Nice, and Upper Lake. So that's the current plan. We have a very rough or preliminary design that is not yet approved by the state, but this is a rapid project, and so it's going to move a lot faster than many Caltrans projects. The anticipated ready to go out to bid is next April, and all of the construction will be complete by December of 2022. So you'll be hearing from us more soon as the project moves because it will be moving very quickly to add those gateway monuments. The next component of Clean California is $296 million, and that's local grant projects. So you may have heard of this grant. If you haven't, I'd like to let you know the call for projects will begin on December 2021, and Lake County is more than welcome. It's actually, we're inviting you to work with our local assistance branch and put in a Lake County beautification and litter abatement project. We've got a lot of support and resources to help Lake County. These are competitive grants. They are competitive throughout the state, but there are many reasons that Lake County would be considered could have a very viable project and could possibly have it funded. And again, these are very rapid turnaround projects, and all construction needs to be completed by the end of 2024. So you'll see your litter removal and beautification happen very quickly. There's a little bit of additional funding for public education. The idea being to introduce or confirm with the public that the idea of littering is not a good idea in order to continue to have a clean California. And then finally, some support. Here's a little information about the local grant program, and I'm more than happy to provide Lars or anyone else some information about that. It is designed to restore pride in public places. I know Lake County has many beautiful and wonderful spaces. If you feel like you could use a little bit of beautification to restore pride, then that might be a good candidate. It includes local streets and roads. It does not include the state highways. Caltrans is using our funding for state highways. So all of your local streets and roads, tribal lands, parks, pathways, and transit centers. So again, that call for projects will come out in December. Applications will be due in February, and you'll find out next March. It's, what is that, 4 or 5 months from now, whether you've received an award. So there's quite a lot of money for local grants. And then going back to litter removal, I just want to explain some of the ways clean.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty certain that you're sharing a screen, but I'm not seeing it, and I just want to make sure that the supervisors are seeing what you're trying to share. I think you're trying to share your PowerPoint, correct?
I am trying to share my PowerPoint, and it is not showing.
No, it's not showing.
Well, then I'm just talking. Yeah. All right, thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. Yeah, I just matched up your dialogue with your PowerPoint, and I thought she thinks she's sharing that. So
I do think am I sharing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, I have a nice little presentation for you, which I won't repeat. But Clean California, yay! We're going to remove litter, create jobs, and beautify California. There's the money I just talked about. Well, just zip right through here, the local grant program, and this link here will provide you with access to all the information. We've had 2 webinars. There's another webinar coming up later this month to help our local communities apply, and our local assistance division will help as well. So back to where I thought we were, and I thought you were, now we're all caught up. Part of Clean California is removing litter, and that's going to include an Adopt a Highway expansion. So there are a few areas in Lake County where we have openings for Adopt a Highway, and we'll be adding a few more and expanding the Adopt a Highway program. That expansion will actually come with a stipend, so we'll now provide a modest amount of money, enough that if a business wanted to sponsor and Adopt a Highway, they could perhaps buy pizza for their workers. But it's a modest $250 stipend to adopt an area of the highway and help keep California clean. The next component of removing litter is the free large item dump day. So we're working with Lars to help remove large items and again, not see them again on the roadways. So we'll be bringing those to 2 of your transfer facilities, 1 north and 1 south, and Caltrans will be paying for the large item dump day. We will be working on education. We have ways for the public to report litter. So if the public sees an area that needs to be cleaned, we would like them to report that. We're also working on encampment litter services. You may have seen our staff out doing that. That work is already well underway. We will not remove people who are currently experiencing homelessness, but we will clean abandoned encampments and around encampments. And we're doing enhanced litter cleanup. So all of those things will bring together the goal of removing litter. So a little bit more about the large item dump day. It's co-sponsored by Caltrans and Lake County on November 20th. Again, 2 locations, north and south. The last thing we want is people driving all over the roads with their bulky items. So Lars suggested that we hold those 2 facilities so that people wouldn't have to travel so far. So we're making that happen. As he said, Caltrans will provide traffic control and signage. There are certain that we will have free furniture, electronics. You can see the items on there. This will not be a day for businesses to get rid of their waste at no cost, but it is a way for households to remove these items from their household and to appropriately dispose of them. So we're hoping to have a good turnout. We're not quite sure how many people will be there, but we hope to have a good turnout and to collect a lot of fleece. And so here's an example of the purpose of Clean California, is to change from this to that. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Supervisor Scott, I see you have a question.
My only question is, well, first, I love this presentation and I love the fact that we're doing this because I know that there's so much debris that needs to be brought out of our community and taken to the dump. Is there a maximum amount that will be allowed for people to dump? I'm loving the fact also that tires are involved in this.
We have a budget, but since Lake County volunteered enthusiastically to be first, I think we'll be okay if people bring, as long as we're not working with businesses, bringing businesses, they can clean out their property, they can clean out their neighbor's property. If it needs to be disposed of, I think we'll be okay.
Wonderful.
I guess we'll work with Lars to see if we need to have some sort of limit, but if we do, it would be fairly generous.
Yeah, maybe a quick comment on that. There are limitations. First off, tires are generally always free, and we have that going on. Most of a lot of the items that will be taken are going to be funded through other grant programs that already exist. So we won't be asking Caltrans to reimburse for those. It's mainly things like the furniture that has to be disposed of. Essentially, anything that needs to go to the landfill. But on tires, there are limitations on quantities of tires that can be hauled with DMV regulations there. But hey, as much as we can get disposed, let's get that outreach going.
Thank you.
So because the facilities already accept many items free, Caltrans will be paying for the items that would have been charged to the person dropping them off. And then we're going to provide traffic control. A few other districts have had this type of an event and have ended up having a very significant amount of traffic. So we want to provide traffic control and a lot of publicity. So our public information officer will help with publicity as well.
That's excellent news. Thank you for that. Supervisor Sabatier, I see you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. I know that I spoke to Director Ewing about this earlier. I'm sure that Supervisor Crandall as well, since we're both on the Solid Waste Task Force. I know he wanted to include us on this conversation early. I think it's great. It's something that a lot of people have been asking for, but we always we're always unsure as to what the actual costs will be, and we're always unsure as to will people just be holding on to stuff rather than bringing it because it's open. And I know that's been past experience that when we have done free dump days, people stop dumping and waited until that day arrived. And so I'm happy to hear that Caltrans is going to work on helping with the traffic flow. Want to make sure that they're contacting the city of Clear Lake to work with them on the traffic flow as the landfill goes right through the city. And also thinking that it would be a really good idea for Director Ewing, when we have the publicity, the flyers, or whatever the literature will be to advertise this, to make sure that it goes to our code enforcement so that code enforcement can send that to some of their properties that they have cases, or maybe that can help them alleviate some of the trash and garbage nuisance that they have in their yard, granted large bulky items, but that could possibly be helpful for them, and then also providing that to both the city of Lakeport and the city of Clear Lake so that they might be able to do the same thing. I want to see us be very successful with this. I know that I've asked Director Ewing, and he said it was already going to happen in the first place, is to collect the data to know what is the actual cost of doing this, to see if it's something that we can do maybe through a CAN grant or some other type of process in the future, because a one-time thing is great, but if we can replicate because it actually works and it's feasible for us to do so, that would be great too. So I'm looking forward to this happening. I'm looking forward to the data that's provided from it as well.
Thank you.
Excellent. Supervisor
What other questions can I answer?
Yeah, I just, I wanted to get a little clarity on some of the things you mentioned in the beginning before the slideshow was up. You mentioned monuments.
Yes.
What do those look like?
So gateway monuments will be designed. So a gateway monument is a sign as you come into town saying, you know, Town of Nice or something like that. And so we are in the very preliminary, it's an identifying monument. And it can be as little as a sign that says welcome to Nice, or it could be a giant stone wall that says welcome to Nice. Home of whatever you would like it to say. And so right now we're working with the state to have final approval on the project, and then we'll also work with the community. So what we put up in terms of what does that monument look like is going to depend a little bit on some of the state requirements for right-of-way. If it's near the traveled way where the public is driving, then the sign would need to be on breakaway posts for safety, because we don't want anyone driving into something unsafe and causing injury. If we can move the monuments off the right-of-way a little bit further, then they can be more substantial and they don't have to be breakaway, and it'll open up some other options. So we're still working with the state and headquarters on what is possible, and then we'll have a lot of public improvement. We're not going to just decide what you get. We will be working with each community to figure out what's best for that community.
And
so these will be fairly personalized for each community.
How many monuments were there again for the county?
For four.
For four.
Upper Lake, Nice, Lucerne, and Clear Lake. That's what's proposed.
Would it be possible to add a couple more?
I don't know. Where would you want to add them?
Well, these are on highways?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. About Supervisor Simon. I know they are working on one. The Middletown Area Merchants is working on a gateway sign in Middletown, in the south of town, obviously South Lake County. We're the gateway to the Bay Area, so I know the Middletown Area Merchants are currently working on and designing a sign that would be great as you come over the mountain. I'd like to make sure that we add that in there. I know they're planning on applying through this program, but it just makes sense. So I definitely would like to have some more conversation about that and get those folks in touch with you. We are currently, like I said, already doing some homework on there on the parcel that is going to set down by Perry's Deli. So it's an interesting opportunity, I think, as we move forward. So definitely would like to have some more conversation and get you in contact with the Middletown Area Merchants and also the Middletown Area Town Hall, because they're not only talking about monument signs, but also some other opportunities for murals and some other projects that obviously would all be visible from the road in South Lake County as you come from the Bay Area over 29. So I definitely appreciate that opportunity. As we were talking about trash too, I know each and every one of our small communities, our business associations look to have trash cans along the roads for our city centers. You know, and I think that's another unique opportunity. It might only be for a couple of years, but looking at something that could be done with Caltrans with these funds would be a great opportunity as we move forward. So I know there's a lot of ideas out there, you know, being on the Caltrans Deal Committee and other things. We know this is rolling out, but yeah, definitely have some projects that are in line in South Lake County because I appreciate the ones on the north side that are always happening, but you know, just as we said, we're naturally the gateway from the Bay Area coming over in the South Lake County on the south side of our community here. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll just add with the highway expansion on 29 and in trying to encourage the traffic to come that way over the long, you know, the next few decades as that project develops. The town of Kelseyville and the Kelseyville Business Association is also working on some signs on 29, and so it would be a really great opportunity for collaboration with them as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm not sure whether we'll be able to add signs to the current Caltrans project, but this sounds like a really good opportunity for Lake County to put together a local assistance grant application and apply for money for all of those things. So again, Clear California is for art. There's an art component, so murals can be included, trash cans, gateway monuments, all of the things you just talked about would make a great grant application for a local assistance grant. We will look at ours as well, but I think you have enough ideas just already that it would be a good grant application for the county. So
yeah, I can tell that some of the ideas that Supervisor Simon was mentioning, sound like they're already rolling up grant proposals. And that's really where the big money is, to tell you the truth, in Clean California. I mean, there's 200 and plus million, almost $300 million in local grant projects that they're going to roll out in Clean California. And we're ramping up to help support the local governments with putting those grant proposals together. We're bringing on 7 full-time positions in Caltrans, one of which right in our local assistance office, and one of those 7 is Julia's position. She's the Clean California lead. So anything Clean California that you need to get to Caltrans, Julia is the top tier person. She meets with executive staff weekly. So certainly, if you have any questions or ideas, Julia is the contact person, and we're super happy to have her on board. And we're ready to support, all these ideas and getting them through the process to take full advantage of Clean California and what we can do with it in District 1.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that there's multiple buckets to pick funds from. Some may be more competitive than others. I also appreciate the idea of the signs. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do the signs. I know that we already have signs at every entry point of most of our townships, and then the cities have done their own. What I would like to at least put on the table, and maybe we need to have a greater discussion as a board as to what we want to submit over to Clean California. But we have state parks that don't have directional signs. Those are some of the that's some of the beauty that we want people to be attracted to come to our communities. And until you almost smack right into the state parks, that's the only time you see any kind of signage to tell you. And so if we can get some enhanced beautification signage to tell people about our state parks, and then automatically, right off the bat, when I was listening about the gateway, I thought about Lucerne and how we approved the resolution from Supervisor Crandall for the gateway into the National Monument. And I know that's a federal thing, but maybe if it's on the highway, it's still something we can work with Clean California to work on. But appreciate the fact that there's multiple answers to our requests for these funds. I know that I reached out to Lake County Rural Arts Initiative. They've been working on a proposal to Clean California, and we'll be submitting that as quickly as possible, and that's for around the city of Clear Lake. But I think that maybe the board itself, we might want to have a more 30,000-foot level discussion on what do we want to ask from Clean California within the limitations that we have. just to see how we can best utilize their funds and their resources and what they're trying to offer.
We would appreciate whatever input you have. Clean California, we're trying to be very, very customized to what each community needs in order to have a clean California and a clean community. So we look forward to hearing from you.
Love it.
Excellent.
Other questions I can answer?
No, I think, no, I'm very excited about this, but I will go ahead and open this up to the public. I see we have 2 hands raised, and I'm not sure if anyone in the chambers has anything, but I guess we'll go first with Zach. You have 3 minutes. You can unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and we can move forward.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
I think we can hear you.
Okay, so my question is if there's any consideration for requirement for waste management services at all residents in Lake County.
I think that might be a question for Director Ewing.
Yeah, and there is no mandatory garbage service in Lake County. Most unincorporated areas of rural counties do not have mandatory garbage, if I understood the question correctly. So.
Correct. I'm up in Loch Lomond, and we have a lot of litter in the area, and I feel like some of that can contribute to the fact that there's a lot of people up there who don't have a garbage service. I think some people are definitely responsible enough to be able to take it into the dumps themselves once a month or once every other month, but there are a lot of people who aren't doing that.
Sure, but I hope that answers your question. I mean, has consideration been given to it? Certainly in the past, it's been a conversation that's been ongoing and still is ongoing. But it's not something that at least through the solid waste task force that we're actively pursuing. But it is something that is discussed off and on.
Thank you for answering that, Lars. Looks like we have another hand up, Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. This is all, it might seem like it's not really trash related, but we have a monstrous problem preventing those large semi-tractor trailers from going up over Hopland Grade, getting stuck, dumping their vehicles off the side of the road, being rescued, blocking traffic. The signage that we have apparently does not work. I wonder if we could possibly get help to put good signage that would stop that from happening. Thank you.
Where is this happening?
Highway 175.
175 you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, we actually have a project.
175 from.
Yeah, I have to check on the schedule, but we actually have a project initiated currently to enhance the signage for oversized loads for that route. You're correct, we have had a number of issues with overturned vehicles that shouldn't have been on the route at all. We do have a project in the works. I can't report on exactly the what we call ready to list date for when that will be constructed, but it is it's a minor project and it is moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, there doesn't seem like there's anyone else with their hand raised. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board, and I think this is just a presentation. So thank you again for your time, Julia and Tom. We're very excited about this. Anytime we can ensure that there's a cleanup or opportunity for us to bring anything to reduce the blight, we're excited about that. And so thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you more in the future.
And Lars, thank you as well.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. So it looks like we are going to move on to our 8.1 item, as it is our 10 a.m. Item. It is a consideration of timeliness of assessment appeal 03-2020 through 10-2020 Earthways Foundation. And let's see. We are sitting as the Board of Equalization. And I think, is there anybody, do we need to swear people in, Ms. Grant?
We do, Mr. Chair, and then we also need...
Witnesses?
Yeah, we need to make sure we have the right people in the Zoom. There's someone with their hand up that says Moore and Associates. I'm guessing that is someone that needs to come in, so I'm going to invite that person in.
Okay.
Anyone else in the Zoom that
I see
is
Dave.
a party to this, if you could raise your hand, we'll bring you in.
Yes, there's
Okay.
Dave.
Hi, Mr. Rich is currently finishing up another hearing. What do you suggest we do right now? I know it's finishing up, it should be done in about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, Sam, can you turn the volume up? We really couldn't hear that. So the question is, she's tied up in another hearing.
Yes, she should be done in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, I see that we have another person on there, Andrew. I think he might be a party to this situation as well. I think we can get into the beginning of this before that person can be ready. That way we can move forward, or should it?
It should be pretty quick. If Andrew's on the line as the owner, that's basically all you need. I think this is more procedural. The assessor view on this is neither for or against. It's whether the board accepts their filing on the tax bill.
Mr. Vice Chair, you should swear anyone in who's actually giving testimony, so not the lawyers. I believe the attorneys for Earthways are also present. So in terms of the information they want to present to your board today, they may want to weigh in on the timing, et cetera, so your board can make a decision as to what order you want to take information in.
But I believe they're asking for a slight delay this morning.
Or going ahead, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think we've heard from the attorneys as to whether going ahead is even viable given whatever they're presenting. So perhaps Mr. McDonald, if he's on the line, could speak.
Mr. McDonald, are you on the line?
No. I believe this is Dave Schwinger speaking. The Moore and Associates has taken over counsel for the applicant in this case.
All right, so it's Moore and Associates that are the legal counsel, and it's Moore and Associates that can't be here yet.
Right, they need 5 minutes or so.
Oh, I
Supervisor
believe
Sabatier?
Andrew has his hand up as well.
I just want to offer a compromise. I know that we did receive some emails about this while we were in session, which makes it really difficult to read through those emails, and maybe providing them that 5 to 10 minutes right now to finish their other hearing while we go through those emails in regards to this item, and then come back. That way we have all the information we've been provided and able to hear from all parties. Just an idea.
How does the board feel about that?
I'm fine with that.
I believe, Mr. Vice Chair, that someone named Andrew was waving his hand.
Andrew, if you can, I've seen him in there.
He does not have his speaker on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see him on any longer.
Yeah.
There he is. There's Jessica Smith.
Let me find it. Let me look.
Oh, I have one email.
And Supervisor Crandall, I'm not seeing the emails that Supervisor Sabatier is talking about.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Yeah, I don't have any emails either.
I'm looking for it. I just had it.
It's from me. It's from Joanna.
There's an email at
Oh,
9:43 a.m.
that's why.
Clerk of the board.
From the Assistant Clerk of the Board.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johanna.
Mr. Chair, there's another individual that may need to be brought in as a panelist by the name of Smith. Is that someone who is a party to this?
Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith?
Matthew, where do you see Smith? I do not.
It's Jennifer Smith, but she had her hand up and seems to have dropped out of the Zoom meeting.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I think well, if Mr. Beath was on, we can at least swear in. But
Mr. Andrew is the one who's listed as Andrew.
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, there you are, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure why I wasn't being heard. My system, I think, is working. Okay, yes, I'm the owner. I do need the attorneys present because they did the research, but if there's something we can start with, we should, because I don't want to lose the time slot.
And so do you have any other witnesses that you would like to swear in or allow to swear in?
I don't know. Moore and Associates would know that. Are there other witnesses?
I'm checking in with her right now.
Yeah. And it's a very technical question, everyone. And I'm not the one to answer if the attorneys have done the research. It's all about dates and where the documents were mailed and whether they were mailed to the correct addresses or not. And we feel like that the assessor didn't do everything they needed to do to communicate and get the notices to us properly.
Mr. Beath, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just put this on pause so that way Moore and Associates can be present for you, because it seems like we need them. And we're going to go ahead and continue on to 7.3. Would that be enough time to take?
Yes, thank you.
Can I request something before you move on?
Well, we're going to come back to this after 7.3. That way you can move. That way we can have everyone present that you need present.
The thing I want to request is I'm only here at the meeting to authenticate my signature on a document which I reviewed, which will be presented. But this meeting's much longer than it was scheduled to be, and I've got another appointment. So can I just say I am authenticating that document that will be presented? It's my signature based on the dates that the protest letters were sent in.
He's not yet under oath, Mr. Vice Chair. Also, the attorneys, he's represented by counsel who's not yet present. So, and it is his counsel who is late. Your board's not delaying these proceedings. It's because his counsel is on another matter. So what I would suggest is that everyone just hang tight, your board take up another item, and hopefully by the time you're done with that, council will be present for this, because your board can't continue agenda items.
So, Mr. Beath, we're taking up an item that should take about 5 or 10 minutes, hopefully, and that way you could still have time to be present. If not, then
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and, CAO Hutchinson, did you say 7.3 should be fairly?
I'm not sure 7.3 would go quickly. 7.4.
Okay, let's do 7.4. So we'll move on to 7.4 and then come back to 8.1 after 7.4. And hopefully Moore and Associates will be present during this time frame. And so 7.4, consideration of proposed 2022 Board of Supervisors regular meeting calendar. And this is presented by the clerk of the board. So
thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Carolyn Purdy for drafting this proposed calendar for your board for 2022. As you know, it was reviewed by you and the chair with hope that we got most of the dates right. So for the most part, this is the routine type of schedule that you see every year, where we go ahead and pre-populate all of your regular meetings, your budget hearings, and mid-year budget as well. Typically during the weeks that have a holiday in them, your board has not met on those Tuesdays. There may be 1 or 2 exceptions to that, though, when that leads to a period of more than a week where your board would go without a meeting. It's challenging, as you know, to have 2 Tuesdays in a row where you don't meet, given the volume of business that's hitting you. And the other thing that you'll see on here that is new is we've added the special meetings that go along with the direction you've given us to plan for a governance workshop with your board, the annual governance workshop, and so you'll see that anticipated for January 20th. And then that would follow with 4 sessions for department head evaluations in February and March. You'll see the dates there in purple. And this is all intended to correspond with the timeline that department heads submit their budgets, which is typically mid-April. So the intent would be that you have all those conversations with department heads, and then their goals and aspirations for the coming fiscal year are reflected in their budget submittals. So I know there was concern on the part of one supervisor about a spring break need, and so we probably need to talk through that. I think at this point we do have that date scheduled, so we need to know if there would be a quorum that day. And Chairman Sabatier may also recall there may be another date where we have 2 Tuesdays in a row, and we may need to make some correction where you're not meeting, that we may need to make some correction to. So that is it as proposed.
All right. Is there Supervisor Sabatier?
So I could have sworn when I popped open the calendar even earlier today that August 30th was not bolded into purple, and I just reopened it, and it is. That was the one that I brought to your attention, CAO Hutchinson, because there was no meeting typically on the 5th week of August, and then we'd have the 6th of September off, and then we're doing our final budget. So I requested that we meet on the 30th, and it looks like it's there now. So either I completely missed it when looking at it the first time, but it's there now, and I think that's appropriate to make sure that we don't have a jam-packed 13th meeting, and that we can make sure and ask the questions and go through the final budget if it needs to be. As far as a spring break, that one's really tough because those with family members that are still in school definitely have to deal with different spring breaks. Not all schools are related in the same way as far as their timelines. I'm okay with an opening, but it's not going to work for everybody. So just want to put that out there.
Well, I'm just not going to make the meeting of April 12th, and so I just wanted to make sure that there would be a quorum for that day if anybody else was planning on leaving that week.
I'll be here.
Okay.
All right. Don't see any other concerns or questions?
Well, if I can be honest about the request about the 12th, I plan to be here because I have no plans yet that I'm aware of for that week. But if I say I'll be here, I'll be here.
Okay, excellent.
That's way far in the future.
And, I just had clarification in the 2 special meetings, or well, the 6 special meetings. So in February and March, the 8th, the 17th, 3rd, and those 4 are new ones. And what are those contemplating again?
For department head evaluations.
And we started splitting them up into 2 days, and I know it takes a long time, but when we first did them, we were doing them all day long. So anyway, I know it was a challenge there more, but either way, peppering in those other ones. I like getting things done. Yeah. I don't mind spending all day here. We do it anyway, especially since the pandemic. So
the hope would be that those special meetings be more like half-day sessions.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
I mean, we've broken it out into half days. We got to have more, you know what I mean, adding the extra meetings. So anyway, I know when we were first doing them, we were getting them all done in a couple of days, and now we're adding a bunch of other ones. So anyway, just putting it out there, I guess, like getting it done, adding a few more.
I think what you're talking about is the June 8th and 9th when we have all the department heads come in and talk about their budgets. Those are the 2 days that we go full. Because I think these new extra on February and March are on top of what we usually do.
It's part of the evaluation policy that we just signed, where we, on the 20th of January, would be a workshop to decide what the goals are for the board, and then on the February 3rd, 17th, and March 3rd and 17th are conducting conversations with department heads to get their goals set, so that then they can work on their budgets based on the goals that we've all approved.
Yeah, I guess my comment was, I understand exactly what it's for, but we were doing them, I thought, when we did it before, we did the evaluations, what I remember, we were spending the whole day on the evaluation. Now we've broken it up into 4-hour sessions, adding these other ones, so.
And so we're working on the 4-hour sessions. Presently, we're finishing up those 4-hour sessions that we have for department head evaluations now. If you don't want to do them in 4-hour sessions and you'd rather have entire days of evaluations, we can absolutely do that. I mean, it's your calendar, so you drive it. This is a draft.
Just getting clarification on there, so.
And I'm okay either way, whether it's a 4-hour day or an 8-hour day.
I'm good either way because they end up being 8 hours anyhow. I'm just teasing, sorry.
Well, they tend to be more than 4.
Yeah.
Certainly true.
Well, that's
Okay.
where we're already behind schedule on the ones that we've been trying to squeeze in.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So are we going to schedule these at 9 a.m. then, and see how long they go, or are we going to schedule them for after lunch?
Yeah, I do like the 9 a.m. instead of.
I think 9 a.m. so
9 a.m. ones for sure.
it'll give us more time if we run
To
long.
run over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as a suggestion, keeping all 4, but going with the idea that we can go all day, but that way we make sure to have those days set up in our calendars just in case there's an overflow and we do take longer than similarly to what we've been experiencing with our latest evals.
Yeah, this year they shouldn't go long because it's only been 2 or 3 months.
Right.
But next time they could be much longer.
All right. Any other comments or questions about the calendar before I open up to the public? And I don't see anyone coming up in the boardroom, but I see a hand up, and it's Debbie Deutsch. If you have a comment about this item on the agenda, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I apologize. I'm actually on the Earthways.
Okay.
And I just wanted, I truly apologize. I was in a 9:30 hearing that just got out.
Okay, let's finish this item, and we'll go back to that shortly.
I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you so much.
We're coming right back to that item, so thank you. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board as there's not anything else, and I think we have agreed that we'll move forward with the calendar the way it is. Is there any other changes or anything? Okay.
Chair, if I
Yes.
may, with regard to October 11th, I see it's on here now. Shortly, that would be just simply a county holiday because it's my understanding the state is moving the holiday and changing its point and scope to Indigenous peoples, but moving it to November because it had already had a slot in November for that purpose. So if your goal is to keep it constant with state holidays, then the October 11th may not be something that you'll want to continue.
I see. Shall we address that now, or?
You may just want to keep it in mind as you move toward the first of the year.
Excellent.
Do you know the date in November when they're proposing to move that to?
Isn't it this week?
Yeah.
It was
should be
this
week.
Monday.
Yeah, this Monday. Native American Heritage Day.
And that will be a
The
state
first.
holiday.
16th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll watch that, and when that becomes official, come back to you to make an adjustment to your calendar.
That'll work. Okay. Looking for action?
Move to approve the calendar as presented.
Motion by Supervisor Sabatier.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Pyska. Joanna, please take the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye. Aye.
Supervisor, okay, thank you. Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And we will now go back to our 8.1, consideration of timeliness of assessment appeal 03-2020 through 10/2020 Earth Waste Foundation. And before we get started, we're going to go ahead and allow anybody that's pertinent to this case or situation, assessment appeal, that they be sworn in. And so I'll go ahead and ask Johanna to please If you're here in public right now, you would stand and raise your right hand, and if you're in the Zoom room, you'd raise your right hand and stand if you want to, or you can just raise your right hand. Johanna, it's all yours.
Okay. With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And from there, I think we will hand it over to Mr. Schwinger, or how does this work?
You can, that's fine. The assessment appeal, we sent out supplemental notices to the Earthways Foundation. The notice date of 12/16/2020. They were filed, there was no, they have under property tax rule 305, they have 60 days to file an application for change assessment if they disagree with that supplemental. None were filed before April 16, 2020, which is the 60-day limit. They did file based on the tax bill, and then under property, under Revenue and Taxation Code 1605, at the very bottom of it in one of the emails that we sent out, if the taxpayer does not receive the notice of assessment described in section 75.31 or 534, at least 15 calendar days prior to the deadline established in the foregoing sentence, the parties affected or his or her agent may file the application within 60 days of the date of mailing printed on the tax bill or postmarked therefore, which is ever later, along with an affidavit declaring under penalty of perjury that the notice of assessment was not timely filed. So Mr. Breath has filed that with his application, and it's to the board whether to accept the tax bill as a timely appeal. Based on that, the notices weren't. So we're asking the board to either accept the assessment appeals, and then we can go and deal with them at a later appeals date. But right now it's just to determine whether they are timely and they are valid appeals. So.
Thank you. And let's see, Mr. Beath or his representation, do you have a comment?
Yes, Debbie Deutsch for the applicant. As Mr. Schwenger noted, the law does provide that if the notices are not received, then the 60 days runs with the tax bill. In this case, Mr. Beath, as the president of the foundation, did file with the appeal a declaration stating that the tax notices were not timely received. In fact, they were never received. The only copies of the tax notices, the notice of tax that was ever obtained was through the assessor's office later. If necessary, and when we present evidence, there's also an email chain that was undertaken with Mr. Schwenger back in May of 2020 that reflected that the applicant only then even heard that there was a notice and a time. And at that time, Mr. Schwenger indicated to them that, okay, well, you have your tax bills, you're still within the 60 days, and you can file that appeal. And he suggested making sure they filed the declaration. So that's what they did. On June 10th, 2020, the appeals were filed, and they are timely based on the tax bills, which were mailed out on April 16th, 2020. So in this instance, for some reason, whether it was based on the mailing address of the tax bills or a mail issue, this was right in the height of COVID and the pandemic, those notices were never received by the applicant. And so we ask that the board allow them to be timely based on the fact that they are timely and filed within 60 days of the tax bills, given the fact that the notice was never timely received. In fact, it was never received. And so the only notice that the applicant had of the supplemental tax was the supplemental tax bill, and an appeal was timely filed therewith. And if necessary, Mr. Beath is here to testify and provide testimony of that fact and the fact that he did not receive any notice prior to the tax bills.
Mr. Beath, would you like to elaborate, or?
You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Very lightly.
Hello? Hello? Is that all right? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, no, that was stated correctly by Debbie, so, I agree with all that, and that's what I remember happening, and that's what the affidavit that I signed says.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right. Next, I would say, Mr. Schwinger, do you have anything else to add to that, or?
No, I think we're in agreement. We're not contesting whether they got them or not. If they didn't get them, they didn't get them. The board just has to make a motion to accept the tax bill as timely, and then we will move forward from there.
Excellent. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, there's something in the email that I'm asking both parties to clarify. On June 1st, 2020, there's an email from Mr. Schwinger to, I don't know who it's to, but it's to George McDonald, saying that it must be filed before 60 days, which is on June 13th, 2020. Can you describe, is that?
Oh, yeah.
Was that a typo, or is that in a new filing period? I'm just kind of curious as to what that date means for what we're discussing today.
No, so what that refers to is that I was trying to give them a sense of urgency at the time that they had not filed on their notices, and it was with Denise Rushing was the original conversation, and saying after that date that's beyond the tax bill, and you have no standing. There is no standing with this. At this point, you can still, you still have the opportunity, the code, to file on the tax bills if you didn't have notices. But after that 60 days from the tax bill, which is that date in that email chain, you have no standing. So that was to get those in now before there was no standing at all for the applicant.
Because the original looks like it was from February, and so 60 days would have been April. How come there was a new, and I'm sorry if I missed that, if that was already provided, but if the tax bill was meant to go out in February and be due in April, why is there, it looks more like 120 days if June 13th is the deadline. So that's why my question was, is that a different deadline? Is that a different appeal?
May I speak to that? The notice of supplemental assessments were dated February 16th, but the tax bills themselves are dated April 16th. And so the 60 days is running from the tax bill because the applicant never received the notice of supplemental.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Absent your board's deliberation on this issue, having received testimony from both parties, with the assessor recorder making no objection to accepting this, and given Revenue and Taxation Code Section 166, and the liberal construction in favor of the taxpayer that's applicable to all filings related to property taxation, your board can make a decision unless you require further evidence. But what you have now is the taxpayer saying the notices weren't received. Again, the assessor recorder is notably not challenging that and deferring to your board's judgment.
Excellent. So then there was no need to open it for public input since we swore everyone in?
This is a property tax matter, so public comment is not required. If there are other people who were sworn in to testify, then yes, you can take that testimony now.
There is no one else. I think that's all that swore in. So with that, I think we're looking to deliberate. I know it's in my district, but it's fine if someone wants to deliberate.
If your board wishes to allow it, you would just move to find that the filing is timely as pursuant to the evidence presented today.
If there's no deliberation, I so move.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Simon.
What did you move to?
What Anita said.
Oh, to accept it as timely.
That it was filed with timeliness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Johanna?
Okay. All right. Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Sabatier?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye.
Director Pyska?
Yes.
And Director Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Schwinger, and thank you, Council, for Andrew Beath, Mrs. Deutsch, and excellent. So we will move on now to...
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your accommodation for my time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Beath. All right, so moving back to the agenda. 6.6, the 1015 item, consideration of either A, urgency ordinance establishing a moratorium on the syringe exchange program approved by resolution 2008-42 for 45 days, or B, resolution amending resolution 2008-42 establishing new guidelines for the syringe exchange program. And so I'll, Supervisor Sabatier, you brought this forward. I'll go ahead and let you turn this over to you.
I'm going to share my screen real quick, and I just recognized that it's going to be a little difficult to read. I should have used black font. Please let me know if you want me to change that or if you can read it.
We got it, I think.
Okay. And so let me get rid of my windows here. Okay, so just wanted to give you a little bit of background on how this all came about. So we know what was approved already in the past, so what bills have been passed to make some changes. That way we can have a good, healthy discussion on ways forward. So in 2008, Resolution 2008-42 was approved by the Board of Supervisors on February 26 to allow the syringe exchange program. This was based on AB 547. 547 allowed, through approval of cities or counties or both, to have a syringe and needle exchange program. Never spoke of anything else at that time. It was all about protecting people from spreading HIV and other bloodborne infections, and they would usually use the term infections among injection users. And that was, again, it was specifically tailored based on the passing of AB 547 at the time. Then 2048-42 resolution required that an annual report regarding the impacts of the program be provided to the Board of Supervisors. The idea behind the this was also mandated in AB 547, which is you need to have public comment, you need to have law enforcement, public health officials, and the public discussing any potential adverse impacts from the program so that there can be a healthy discussion on what are our goals, what are we aiming to get done, and how are we going to do this with the least nuisance possible or adverse impacts possible. For some reason, the reports became biannual. I don't know why that changed. I see nothing in any resolution or any other further documents that I've collected as to why that was so. It seems to me like it was never done annually. I do know that there is legislation that speaks of biannually, but it doesn't speak to the Board of Supervisors. It speaks about reports submitted to the state. At least that was my interpretation of that. And we have not gotten anything more than biannually, and the last one was done in 2018. Granted, I will say that with the impact of COVID-19, that there's probably good reason why we didn't get a report in 2020. However, the Board of Supervisors has not been completely up to date as to what's happening with this program. Then on March 2009, the Board of Supervisors also approved the Statement of Understanding with any positive change that they would be the ones to facilitate the syringe exchange program. It speaks constantly about needles and syringes and talks about the impacts of bloodborne pathogens through injection. Doesn't speak of anything else other than those things. Again, that is our statement of understanding that kind of creates, I don't want to say it's a contract, but it was approved so to have that relationship with any positive change. And again, on there, it did speak about an annual report, which again, for some reason, something changed. And I'm going to say that that was on our end, on the Board of Supervisors, and on public health more so than anything else. But I don't quite know why that changed. In 2018, the health and safety codes were updated, via AB 1810. And what it did is it added in the needle exchange program bill in that health and safety code that now it was needles, syringes, and any other supplies to prevent the spread of diseases. This was added to the code, and it was meant to go into play as of January 1st, 2020. It also created somewhat of a dual avenue program where one is known as the Syringe Exchange Program, which is a county sanctioned program. And then there's the Syringe Services Program, which is a state sanctioned program. One of the major differences, or one of the major obstacles more so, for the Syringe Services Program through the state was that you had to go through a CEQA analysis in order to get approved. Basically, how is this program going to impact the environment? Where are you doing it? So on and so forth. We're well aware of what CEQA analyzes. On October 4th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed AB 1344, which eliminated the need for a CEQA review for those obtaining a sanctioned SSP program. Again, that hurdle just dropped off, so now not anybody, but it's an easier process for anyone to go through the SSP sanctioning program with the state. And then comes now to full circle as to the issue that we're discussing today. On October 16th at the Health and Safety Fair, the sheriff was made aware by Any Positive Change that they were now handing out glass pipes. On October 18th, 2021, Any Positive Change did send an email to all the Board of Supervisors. I know that I missed it. I'm not sure if other Board of Supervisors missed it as well. And it was resubmitted to us, I believe, either 3 to 4 or 5 days ago, something like that, just to make sure it was at top of our email chain. And then in late October, Clear Lake PD was alerted to glass pipes being handed out via the Syringe Exchange Program. And this was done at a local church who was hesitant but supportive of the Syringe Exchange Program, but they were also not in the knowledge that glass pipes were being handed out. At this point, the local church has decided to stop their relationship with Any Positive Change, and Clear Lake PD has also requested that Any Positive Change not continue business in the city of Clear Lake at this moment in time. The two areas that do have that service available is Lower Lake and Lucerne. At least I believe those are some of their main hubs that they go to in order to access the people who need their service. And so Clear Lake has been taken out. I just wanted you to know what the Health and Safety Code itself was, the most up-to-date. This is Health and Safety Code 121349.1, and I'm saying it's part 1 because they couldn't fit it all on the same screen or else nobody would be able to read it. The State Department of Public Health, or a city, county, or a city and county with or without a health department that acts to authorize a clean needle and syringe exchange project pursuant to this chapter shall, in consultation with the State Department of Public Health, authorize the exchange of clean hypodermic needles and syringes, as recommended by the United States Secretary of Health and Human Services, subject to the availability of funding, as part of a network of comprehensive services, including treatment services to combat the spread of HIV and bloodborne hepatitis infection among injection drug users. And this is where things somewhat change based on the bills starting in 2018. Staff and volunteers participating in an exchange project authorized by the state, county, city, or city and county pursuant to this chapter shall not be subject to criminal prosecution for violation of any law related to the possession, furnishing, or transfer of hypodermic needles or syringes or any materials, and here's the part I'm highlighting, deemed by a local or state health department to be necessary to prevent the spread of communicable diseases or to prevent drug overdose, injury, or disability during participation in an exchange project. Program participants shall not be subject to criminal prosecution for possession of needles or syringes or any materials, again, highlighted by me, deemed by a local or state health department to be necessary to prevent the spread of communicable diseases or to prevent drug overdose, injury, or disability acquired from an authorized needle and syringe exchange project entity. I know that Chief White spoke with me. He contacted California Department of Public Health. I contacted California Department of Public Health as late as yesterday, and both of us received word from CDPH that the syringe exchange program is not sanctioned by the state, but it is sanctioned by the Board of Supervisors via Resolution 2008-42. And in our resolution and our statement of understanding, we do not have the availability of providing glass pipes. That has never been discussed with us on a public level where we can get public comment from law enforcement, from public health, and the public itself. And this came to me as a shock. I am not in favor of it right off the bat. I think I understand some of the reasons that I've been given, as you have been given many emails. You've received many emails about this subject matter over the course of the past half a week since the agenda item popped up. But to me, I understand the syringe exchange. You're putting something inside your body and sharing it with someone else. I don't understand the glass pipes. I mean, in my opinion, let's just give out free joints to everyone, because if you know people who smoke joints, they pass it around. So what's a safer way to do this? At what point are we going too far? I also feel that we haven't gotten the report. There's been some changes, and we are not in full control of what's happening within our community. And so I would like to, let's look at the next steps. Either one of two things. And so I apologize. I know that our county council was absolutely bombarded with a whole lot of stuff to do last week, so no fault to her at all. I decided to take this up on my own, and I created an ordinance for a moratorium, but that needs to be changed to a resolution. I do have that change, and I have spoken with our county council on those changes, but I have two resolutions to offer in front of you. One is approve a resolution pausing the syringe exchange program until a report can be provided informing the board on how effective the program has been in reducing the spread of HIV and or other bloodborne diseases. That was the main reason for starting the program. I know that I did receive some data from Any Positive Change, and that data doesn't necessarily provide that level of information. It provides the level of information of how many syringes have been handed out, how many syringes have been taken back in and disposed of properly, how many clients or patients, not quite sure what the right terminology would be, that they've encountered, things like that. But in my opinion, there needs to be a more overarching public health perspective of, are we actually seeing progress? Are we actually seeing assistance in decreasing this potential spread of these horrible diseases? And then, of course, once that report comes back, a discussion can be initiated on how best to move forward with this program, or possibly the expansion of the program. But again, at this moment in time, looking to see if that would be a moratorium pausing that syringe exchange program. That is my personal opinion, that that's the direction we go. The other resolution, and I wanted to be prepared today for either way to go, is to say continue the syringe exchange program, but there's new rules. No more glass pipes being allowed. Jurisdictions outside of the unincorporated areas need to approve the activity within their jurisdictions. And I forget what, and that we need to go back to reporting as well. So both of them make the statements of reporting on how effective the program has been in reducing the bloodborne diseases. And I believe that's all that I have. I will go ahead and stop sharing, and hopefully that was enough background information and enough current information on what is happening in our community that I feel it came from left field. I was not prepared for something like this to be occurring without our acknowledgement. It was something that we had previously discussed as a board, as a prior board, but still as a board, and that things were taken in their own hands rather than brought back to us to see if any expansion or changes would be approved. These changes have been made into law, but that law is only appropriate if they have an SSP. And again, with my conversation with CDPH, as well as the conversation Chief White had with CDPH, there is no SSP in the County of Lake. There is only an SEP, which is sanctioned by the county, which means we are in control of what this program is doing and how it is organized for our community to the best of the outcomes we're looking for. And open for any question or comments.
Supervisor Scott?
Well, Supervisor Sabatier, I thank you for bringing this to our attention and for a discussion. I have to agree, I'm disappointed that we didn't receive the reports to further understand the data that goes along with the exchange, but I don't believe it's in our best interest to suspend the program. If we look in other jurisdictions to further understand the evidence and the health impacts and cost effectiveness, these studies we can see that they're not new. They've been going on for 20 years, and they've already shown to us. I know we want to look at our own jurisdiction, but I think for now, if we look broader, we can see the health impacts that it's looking at the CDC government website, looking at a couple studies, they found that HIV has been gone from 50% to 17% in 10 years of data with this exchange program, and also showing a baseline savings from $1,300 to $3,000 per client. And another cost-effective analysis estimated that expanding access to clean syringes through additional U.S. investments of $10 million would result in a return of investments of $7.58 for every dollar spent. I think we must look at the myths when it comes to the exchange programs. I've received a lot of emails. People are very upset that we're doing this to begin with. But I think we must look at the myths when it goes along with this. Data and research has shown that needle exchange does not increase drug use. I know many people are saying that we're handing out these syringes and it's causing our kids to do drugs because we're giving them the tools to do so. Data is already showing that does not happen. We need to look at our communities and our neighborhoods, and we're already struggling here. We have high rates of overdose and disease here in Lake County, so we need to be putting every tool possible to try to help our individuals that are suffering. And we also have to know that data has shown that these exchange places are also pathways for recovery. When clients are ready to receive treatment within the exchange programs, they have somebody that they've already trusted, built that relationship, that is ready to hand them off to somebody that is licensed to get them the treatment necessary. And I think right there, that's the biggest tool that we need, is we need to build those relationships to help our community no longer suffer. I would have to admit, at one time, I too was very ignorant when it came to the exchange programs and harm reduction. I did not fully understand harm reduction, and it wasn't until years of college classes, working with our community, and looking at data to fully understand the need and the success of these programs. We cannot eliminate or stop these programs because promise reports have not been provided, but I do agree that we need to make them accountable. And out of all the emails I received, I would like to share just one story, and I received permission to share the story. I'm not going to share her name. But I think it's important when we talk about this that we're keeping in mind these are not widgets, these are people that we're talking about. The email starts, I used to live in Clear Lake, California. I was a street kid. I started using methamphetamines when I was 11 and had my first child at 13. I started injecting drugs when I was 15. There's a lot of stories like mine here in Lake County. It was common when people lived, this is common when people live in poverty and in desperation. In the 90s, we didn't know much about HIV and hepatitis C. I remember how terrifying it was as people in our circle started getting sick. I watched my friends slowly die of AIDS, and even more died of hepatitis C. Even though people were dying and we were all afraid, we didn't stop sharing needles. I think that people who have not struggled with addiction don't understand the desperation. No one is going to use just because they don't have a clean syringe. In fact, that's what we are risking our lives every day. It seems just so distant. I want to really understand I was a child who never had a chance, not a bad person. I was lucky to get support from any positive change of Lake County. I was given access to clean syringes and other supplies. I was given education on how to safely inject, and Anita met us right where we were without judgment. It is rare to be treated with love and respect by someone who is a social worker. I don't know where I would be today if it wasn't for her. She also gave me the opportunity to help others in the community. Even as an addict, I was able to help educate and facilitate people learning how to live healthier lives while they used. My story had a good outcome. I got away from that lifestyle. I have a successful life in another state. I have been able to raise my children in a place with hope and support. I'm not sure I would even be alive without the support I received from any positive change. There are many other people who can tell you how valuable their services have been. I want to share my story with you before you make the decision about what should be happening to any positive change. I want you to understand the value that they have put into the community for many years. I want you to understand this program is about love, hope, and that is something we need more of. Thank you.
So I'd like to respond to some of those comments. One is it's not about the reports. The reports is something we need. That's it. It's about the trust of this is what we agreed upon, and that changes were made without coming back to the Board of Supervisors based on what I believe is a wrong interpretation of the law that they decided to take in their own hands. I also believe that they possibly recognize this, because how do you do an exchange at a church and omit the fact that you are exchanging these pipes? That to me is, we got to reset. I'm not looking to cancel the entire program. It's possible that that could be the case. I don't know, but I'm looking for a moratorium for 45 days so that we can come back with data. The last report we got in 2018 says that it is difficult to, I'm paraphrasing, it's difficult to tell the impact of this program on the spread of HIV and other infections. And so to say that we have all this data from other national sources, we have our own public health saying it's hard to really tell. Does it sound like it could help? Absolutely. Is it getting us to a better place? I don't know, because we just hit in 2019 the highest level of overdoses, and whether or not those are the clients or patients that are seen by any positive change, I don't know, because we're not seeing a report. And so to me, it's hard to say let's continue when all of us are finding syringes in places we shouldn't find syringes. All of us know that the drug use is only getting worse. And again, not saying that that is an issue of any positive change, but I think that is an issue of us not overseeing a program that we should be overseeing, and not recognizing that we were the ones. I did not recognize until I started doing the research and getting information from Chief White over here at Clear Lake while he was working on the same research, to show that the County Board of Supervisors are in charge and have approved this type of program. And so to me, it's not a cancel. It's something's wrong, time out, let's reboot, let's rediscuss this and make sure that we do have adequate information to say this is right or this is wrong so that we can make a final decision. To me, continuing as is means that we're okay with the break of trust that I feel that we just exhibited.
And I agree with you. We can't continue as is. We do need to stop, but I don't think we cannot allow the exchange program to stop for 45 days. You're stating that we're seeing needles and such out in our community. Could you imagine if they stopped doing the exchange program, how much more needles we would see? Because they're not just giving clean needles out, they're also collecting the dirty needles. I do believe we need to have a further conversation about the glass pipes. So I would agree that that needs to stop right now till we can have that discussion and bring that back. But I would urge you to please not suspend the syringe exchange program.
And I just want to make sure that you're aware, I believe I put it all in the attachments for this item, how many syringes we're talking about that are being delivered and taken. I believe on the data that I just received for 17 and 18 was close to 300,000. And we are in a situation where right now it's very strange that we have the ability as government to think about mandating vaccines but not mandating rehab. And I think we need to start looking at other options, because we need to try and push people towards the better way of taking care of themselves, rather than providing the tools that continue to potentially drop them further and further in despair.
And on that note, if you mandate somebody to go into recovery, they will not be successful. It has to be something that they're willing to go into.
And we're not pushing people into rehab.
No.
We're meeting them where they're at, and we're keeping the door open. We're keeping them safe. So when they're ready to take those steps, they're not dead.
Okay, is there anything else from the board? I think, would you like to come to the, should I have her come up to the
Whatever you wish, Mr. Chair. She can sit or
Okay.
she can stand.
You can sit up here if you'd like as well, in case there's questions or anything of that nature.
I'm actually more comfortable here.
Okay.
And I want to thank both of you for recognizing the importance of needle exchange. I was somewhat shocked with some of the things you said, sir. I don't believe there is a difference between a syringe exchange program and a syringe service program. That's potato.
Mr.
I don't
Chair,
believe that.
Could you have the speaker introduce herself?
Yes, can
Oh,
you introduce
sorry.
yourself with your name, please?
I'm
Sorry.
totally out of, okay. My name is Annunziata von Vorna, but they call me Anina. I have been serving the issue of drug user health since August of 1995, having only been authorized by the board in 2009, I believe. But I have been consumed by drug user health, and I've always worked a full-time job while giving this service to this county. This is the first year I can actually pay myself, so I'm only doing this. The thing about the church, are you aware of the fact that someone from the church, the pastor, one of the board members, a daughter, sat with us at every exchange? We never hid anything. We did what we had to do. And we believe this issue brief allowed us to do this. And we believe that in this time of COVID, sharing any drug-using material is a very bad idea. It's not just injection, it is smoking. And we're trending towards a place where drugs are trending to be more potent, smokable items than injectable. That is the way the drug trend is working right now on our streets. We've done many things to help people. In the beginning, we thought, oh, fentanyl was a scourge, and we had fentanyl test strips. We had those. We didn't ever ask permission to distribute those. They were a forensic tool, and we started distributing them, I think, in 2016 or 2017. They're actually urine tests, but harm reductionists have turned it on their whatever, and used it for opiate users to test their drugs. Now people are chasing fentanyl, smoking fentanyl. I really kind of take exception to the thing of calling it meth pipes. They're not meth pipes. It's glassware, and they're for smokable drugs. I just want to say some things that identifying Lake County as a large exchange based on state definition, it would be any positive change being based on a large exchange. And it's not based on any state definition. It is based on the work of Dr. Don Desjardins, who for the last 30 years has surveyed every syringe exchange known in the Northern Hemisphere and always put out that data. With those numbers, we are considered a large exchange. It's not the state. I think that the public health statement in their 2019 report, I think that line is kind of taken out of context. It is very difficult. It is very difficult to see that HIV or Hep C. Right now, we are still a Hep C hotspot. In October, the board signed off on a Hep C grant from the CDC. And any positive change was to be the contractor. We were stonewalled. We got the lab requisitions from public health 3 weeks before the end of the grant. And yet, we managed to test, and you can ask the state, the chief of viral hepatology, we tested more people than counties that had the grant for a year. And we have a very big Hep C problem, as you know. We also have the support of a hepatologist. So glassware. You keep talking about the annual report. I have the health and safety code that says the health officer will present biannually. And I can give you that information. Anytime any health officer ever asked me for information, I provided that information. Dr. Tate was very, very good about it. But there were times when she was late because we had a wildfire or some emergency. And that's just kind of the way it went. So I do not believe that, no, I didn't ask permission. I did drug user health. That was the task that I accepted when the board in 2009 gave me the task of this. They believed that we were the best organization to do this. We now we're operating under a California Harm Reduction Initiative grant. I have employees. We're doing MAT, low barrier buprenorphine treatment. I have 2 people right now transitioning from fentanyl use to buprenorphine in a low barrier way. No urine tests, no requirement that you have to go to counseling, because there are no studies that prove that going to counseling, forcing someone to go to counseling has a better outcome. We meet people where they are, and I know exactly who that woman is that wrote you that letter. And I have known her for years, and what a lovely letter. I don't know. Since 1995, we've exchanged close to 3 million syringes, which each of those syringes represents the aversion of a possible viral transmission. We have given out 2,000 doses of naloxone. We have documented over 188 reversals, people that are alive today because their peers, fellow drug users, saved them. Drug users truly I think that we are looking at this from the wrong perspective. This is a health perspective. This is a medical issue. Somebody mentioned cost benefit. It costs 10 cents to exchange a syringe, and it costs how much to provide Hep C treatment for the rest of someone's life, or, not HIV treatment for the rest of someone's life, or Hep C treatment, just the drugs alone for the Hep C treatment, very costly. I don't know how we transitioned to this place. I want to say that I did what I thought was the right thing to do. I have fentanyl test strips. If you see the marks on people's bodies from heroin use, you could go, there's a national listserv that asks the question about, somebody asked, are you guys seeing a lot of amputations from drug use? We don't see those because we have critical access hospitals. We fly them out of here before their limbs are amputated. But I see the bodies, I see the scars, I see the word I can never say, necrotizing fasciitis. I'm not saying it right, I know. But I just want you to know that I have given my life to this. And I'm very, very proud of what we've done, and I have no regrets, and I don't regret the glassware either. So I don't know if you want to ask me something.
Supervisor Sabatier, do you have a question, or do you want to give a response?
It's hard for me to respond where there's a situation where, in my opinion, trust was breached and that there's absolutely zero regrets. That is not the comment I was looking for. That part blows me away.
Well, I'm here about drug user health and not really how people, and like I said, you heard that story about the church. They sat right there. They watched everything. Why did it take them? We started distributing glassware, actually, I looked it up, February 25th. Because the sharing of any drug-using material, it's not just rigs, it's how do you split dope? People are using cookers now, which are moving away from the proverbial spoon. I think we've really made a change in drug-using culture. It's about so much, but you never share anything. And fentanyl is being smoked. Our heroin has very low potency, and people are looking for a better high, I guess.
So, ma'am, I do have a question. Where are you currently exchanging right, in the county? Where are you exchanging at in the county?
Could you go back to the microphone?
Can you please go to the microphone, please? Sorry.
Thank you.
You know, with your guys' masks on, I can't tell whose lips are moving. We have a pretty stable site in Lucerne. We actually have been in Lucerne since 2015. And we did move because we used to be outside of a clinic, and that clinic was sold, so we decided to go to where the senior center is. So we're there with a big truck, and it's in one of those public health reports, the pictures of our truck. And we're also in Lower Lake, between Brown's RV and St. Vincent de Paul, kind of a little dead-end street there.
And my other question, I'm only referring to the needle exchange because the glassware is not something that's kind of in the documentation or any of the laws or the, codes or anything like that. So with that, in that actual code and the actual bill, does it specify that these areas need to be in specific locations where there's a high amount of HIV or those type of diseases? Is it specify that, or am I reading that wrong?
No, but that is probably why in October of last year, we wanted to go into Clear Lake. We know that there's a lot of drug use in Clear Lake, and we wanted to make it more accessible for people in Clear Lake. And we were there for a year before the church severed their relationship with us due to the glassware issue, which they sat next to, so I don't understand.
And so specifically with your spot in Lucerne, is there a high amount of HIV cases there?
We don't exactly poll people for their HIV status, but there's a high amount of drug use in Lucerne.
Well, I think there's a high amount of drug use in Lake County in general. But I did have a couple other questions, just to make sure for reference. In the code as well, in 12134.9.1, it specifies that the entity provides directly or through referral all of the following services. And I know you listed them in the report, but I just want to make sure, so we have it, we're discussing this, that you do refer to drug abusement treatment services.
We ask people, is there anything else we can do for you?
Okay.
Which is a very open-ended question. Slamming people into recovery or pushing people into is not the right thing. We meet people where they are, and sometimes they want to have strategies about how do I reduce drug use. But to think that we will ever live in a world that is drug-free is...
Well, yeah, and I understand that. And the other thing is we technically don't really have an agreement with partnership to even allow anybody in this county to pay for rehab, from what I understand. I may be wrong about that, but that's neither here nor there. My other question is, do you do HIV screening?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, because I think that's one of the requirements that provide directly or through referral with your program. In this code, it states that you must be referring or providing that service.
We can refer.
Okay.
Public health is not even doing HIV testing.
Okay,
As far as I know.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying
There are
it
only,
states this in the code.
medical practitioners who do this.
Okay.
And many of the people we meet are, have very little resources. They don't come, we have some people in Lucerne who don't come to us for drug using equipment. They come to us for food or socks or, a number of things. Has nothing to do with drug
And that
use.
covers the homeless and the need in the same code as well. Do you provide hepatitis A and B vaccination?
No, we do not.
Okay. Or do you refer anybody to that? Or
We can.
Okay.
We do, if they want that. Some people's pressing needs are often much more pressing than that for them.
Okay.
It's not something they go to. Right now, we're putting a lot of energy into our buprenorphine, our low-barrier buprenorphine treatment. If people want it, we have a way for them to... It's a different approach than medical providers. We do it via telehealth. Microdosing, so that they are actually still using their drug, their opiate drug, and they're getting very small doses of the bupe. And then naturally what occurs in the brain is the bupe goes to the brain and kicks the opiates, the heroin out, and naturally there is less desire. And so after X amount of time, they're on a full bupe dose and they're not doing, and it's not a painful thing. Whereas the regular buprenorphine, they say you have to have so many hours since your last dose. Say that to an opiate user and see what you get. No, I can't go through that.
And so
So this is a beautiful thing.
So technically, with all, I'm going to read a couple more, and I'll just let you answer, because I think you refer people to this, is what you're saying in the report.
Well,
and
we
what you're
actually do
saying
the buprenorphine program with a telehealth provider.
Okay, and then so you screen for sexually transmitted disease infections, or you refer them to that?
We suggest that people get medical care.
Okay.
And we try to make sure, do you have Medi-Cal? Who's your medical home? These are things that a lot of people don't even know.
Okay, and then
Medical
you
home?
connect them
What?
with people that can conduct those services for them, or you have a connection with somebody to work that out with them, or you refer them to you, if that makes sense?
No, I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Like, for example, if there's somewhere like the Big Oak Center in Clear Lake Oaks, do you refer them there if they need help with housing services, or things like that.
Sure,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay, just making sure, yeah.
I'm a social worker, and I've been a social worker in these parts for many, many years since I came to this county in different things. Our wonderful local end-of-life organization, I worked there for 10 years. I worked in our schools for many years. I worked in child welfare in Mendocino County for several years. I am a social worker.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah, and the thing too for me is that I find, I find that we've talked about the needle exchange before, and I understand that aspect of it. But I mean, regardless of that, on each of the areas in the district, for sure in my area, and I'm pretty sure in your areas as well, there's still dump sites with thousands upon thousands of needles that are dumped regardless. And so I anticipate the same thing with glassware. I anticipate the same thing regardless for that. I think that's where I draw the line with glassware. I understand the needles because they are already kind of in effect, and I get that. Glassware, you can tell me anything or anybody that gives that, but I just can't get on board with that. So
I understand that people are having a visceral reaction to glassware, but if they were to sit back and actually look at this, on the way up here to the courthouse, we walked past a lot of broken beer bottles on the street. Nobody's closed down any liquor stores or grocery stores. So, I mean, if you put it into context and look at it differently.
Right. And I'm not standing between people in bars sharing beers or making out with each other after they drink or smoke or whatever. So, I mean, when does it end for me is what I'm saying when it comes to that.
Well, but those syringes that everybody is finding, we're in exchange. You have to give us something to get something, right? That's the conversation and negotiation, whatever you want to call it. But we do have pharmacy access. The unfortunate thing about pharmacy access is if you look like a drug user, you're probably not going to get any. You go to Walmart, you have the perfect right, but there's something called pharmacist discretion. So if Ms. Scott walks in there and says, I'd like a pack of 28 gauge, she'll probably get them. But some of the most disenfranchised people, if they scrape together the money, are not going to get them.
What is the majority of the substance that's used for the glassware?
Well, there is methamphetamine, and we're smoking fentanyl.
Okay.
Lake County folks are smoking fentanyl.
If they can get it, of course, prescription. If they can get it, of course, because prescription would need to be given to somebody that does that illegally and whatnot, right? Or is there other ways to get it?
Prescription? What did you say?
People get prescriptions and then they sell it or give it out, or people are,
No, fentanyl is in our drug supply.
That's what I'm saying. They have to get it
Yeah, there's no prescriptions, I don't think, anymore for fentanyl. I mean, not that our drug users are getting. No,
right.
That's a whole different black market.
Right, and that's what I'm getting to
Yeah.
is there, but with meth, it can be created. It's a substance that has no prescriptional type of value, and I'm not about big pharma or none of that stuff, but for me, meth is where I draw the line. I know glassware isn't all about meth, but I just see it as the same thing, like with cigarettes. I mean, are we going to collect butts and exchange them for cigarettes from here? See, I have a problem with that, and I just am making that connection, and I apologize.
Well, I would encourage you to look at that. Why? I think our premise will be drug user health, always, and the not sharing of any drug-using supplies, for lack of a better word.
Go ahead, Jessica. I think you have something.
I would much rather people use glassware than syringes. End of story. I've seen way too much damage to bodies for what needle using is. And if you have a glass piece, there's no expiration on it. You'll just have it for as long as until it gets accidentally broken or something, I'm guessing. But with needles, you can't use a needle indefinitely, but you could with a pipe or glassware.
But if you have a moratorium on your needle exchange, those people will reuse their needles. Yes. And even after the first time, it will resemble a fishing barb. And you brought up a really good point that I'm so nervous that I completely forgot. Of course, that's what this is about. Smoking drugs is a less risky route of administration than injection.
And it's not creating new users. It's helping the users that are already using get to a safer way to administer until they're ready to walk away from that life. But I don't think, I'm really against the moratorium, but do I think that we need to have this conversation and bring all of our partners together and work on our strategy? Absolutely. But we can't just leave all of these people in our community high and dry right now to become even more injured for 45 days or for however long a moratorium is. Was I surprised to learn about this? Yes. I saw you at the Health and Safety Fair too, and I didn't have any idea what was going on.
I was not dispensing glassware or syringes at the Health and Safety Fair.
That's
in
true,
my
I can vouch
defense.
for that. Because I asked her if she had any. But I was surprised. I didn't, I was caught off guard. I think Sheriff Martin was caught off guard. Probably Chief White. And I don't know if those law enforcement partners are here with us today to have this conversation. This is an important conversation. We need to move it forward. We need to gather up everybody together and get on the same page. But having a moratorium right now and stopping any of these services will only hurt our people who are already hurting the most in our community.
I appreciate that. And I do want to say, I forgot this point too. That since we have been distributing glassware, our syringe numbers have gone down. Whereas we used to do between 6,000 to 8,000 syringes a week, our statistician over there, we're now doing between $3,500 to $4,000 rigs a week. That's a substantial drop. So more people are moving towards smoking, which would be a better health outcome than injection.
Of course we don't want anybody using drugs. Of course that if we lived in a perfect world. But we don't. We have people that are addicted and they're going to be using it any way they can right now.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, obviously, hearing all the conversations, where I stand is the needle exchange program, I think, is a viable program to be happening in Lake County. I think as we move forward in this discussion, at this point, I'd need more data myself on the handing out of the glass pipes. Not saying I'm against it, but need more information as we move forward. So a moratorium, I'm not in favor of on the needle exchange program. I think it's a viable program here in Lake County, but I would like to see a conversation happening between all the stakeholders if we're going to do the glass pipe exchange here in Lake County. And I agree with Supervisor Sabatier. We're hoping as partners we have, I understand good intentions, or I just did what I had to do, but hearing, something of, boy, we should have had a bigger conversation besides, I just want to do this and I'm going to do it. If we're in a partnership here to get our folks healthy in Lake County, then that's what we need to do, and we need to engage upon that. And as we move forward, I'm hoping that's what we'll get, is the complete partnership as we move forward and having some of these other discussions. We've all seen it. Every one of us has been out doing something in the community, whether it's on March for Meals Day or other things where we've come across a needle on the ground or other instances. So clearly understand where it's at. Obviously not trying to encourage drug use, but I love the conversation of someone is not going to get help unless they're ready to ask for help. And it will not take, we've all, say, family members, community members, and we've seen that process over and over again. So I think any support we can give them and meet them where they're at is the right way to do it. But from my point of view, today if we're going to do anything, would be move forward with the needle exchange program and continue with those stakeholder conversations about any of the glassware. And I understand where everybody's coming from. Absolutely. I thought some of the emails that I received explained, because a lot of people don't understand if you're not dealing with this or having a family member that's dealing with this disease that just overtakes their lives, to understand that, just as I said, Christmas bulbs cleaned out and used as, pipes to smoke things, or light bulbs, and, all this other stuff that you don't even think about as something unless you're in that world. It's just a real challenge. If you're a business owner or, if you operate a hotel, you don't even think about this stuff on a daily basis. I mean, where they hide these things, where they put them down, they'll hide them everywhere. It's unbelievable. So getting those needles exchanged off, and an opportunity to do that is very important. And just as you said, reusing the needles, which we all know that they do, is just unbelievable. Some of the stuff that they will do. I mean, you see stories, you see these things, but you have individuals in your family or other thing that you've seen. It's just unbelievable the lengths they'll go through to reuse these things, and it's unbelievable. That's all that I can say. So, as I said very clearly, in support of the needle exchange program, but moving forward, there needs to be more discussion brought back to the board by all the stakeholders about the glass units being handed out. So that's where I stand on it today, and figuring out how we move forward on that.
Well, I look forward to a partnership, because every syringe that has been brought into this county and distributed by us has been through a grant that I have written. There has been very little partnership. I'm grateful to, I think it's Lars Ewing, that they accept our biohazard waste. And I go all the way to Lakeport to the transfer station, where I'm very well received, let me say. That's been a lovely connection. But other than that, in 2009, they did that memorandum of whatever, or the statement, and I took it on. I did it, and I've been doing it since 1995. And so I just would like you to acknowledge that. Am I leaving? Am I walking away?
Oh, no, if you have anything else, I think she has another
I think it's just we all want to have the next steps kind of laid out on how we have this conversation and build this partnership. So should we have a deadline, or what should we do to make sure that this happens quickly? What are you
So
feel?
my offer, if the board is aiming towards the resolution allowing the continuation, but with new restrictions as provided to you guys, that within 45 days, we receive a report from Public Health, and going down I don't have the name off the top of my head, I apologize, I'm looking for the number of the law. Then under Health and Safety Code 12349.1, there's a list, and Supervisor Crandall was reading from that list. I think that's a perfect place to start on gathering that type of information. It's written within the state law if they were under an SSP, and I think that we should mimic that in our reporting in order for us to understand what is the literature that is being handed out, how many referrals have been provided, how many people have actually gone to those referrals. We need to understand what the actual outcomes are, more so than the continuing stage of helping people, because I think that the main goal was to reduce, not maintain. And so can we show that there is a reduction compared to what it would be?
I'm not sure that we have the resources to check referrals and this and that. And this was never a program where people had to identify themselves. And I'm not sure that we can comply with that. I'm more than willing to sit in a group, to create a working group and see how that works. But I am not in favor of, I think you're asking for a level of breaking a person's confidentiality. They can now come to the exchange anonymously and gather, and I'm not willing to do that. And so I don't know what that means.
Well, and I think the working group model is more appropriate. We could get back to getting the biannual reports that we're supposed to be getting from or annual. I think that's a good place to start. We set a time for us to have this working group and to have the report given to the board. How's that for you?
And if I could add,
Yes.
the continuum of care here in Lake County has just been incredibly well organized, and we just put a system in place where we kind of track referrals and where those go. So maybe we should sit down with them and see how you can partner with us with the continuum of care and see how these referrals, I mean, there might be some data there that we might be able to pull out. But I don't know if in 45 days we would have that, because this is a new system that we just put together, but it could be a piece of it. I think we need to sit down within 45 days and have these pieces put together, how we can get this information.
We are members of the continuum of care,
I know
just
that
so you
within
know.
the,
1 second. Ms. Grant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was just going to say, if a majority of the board want to continue the syringe exchange program as it exists with no changes, but does want to require a report or wants to create additional work for an existing committee or create a new subcommittee, the latter two are going to have to be on a new agenda item. That's not what's before you today. So you'd have to put that on and put together a time frame. If you want to continue the needle exchange program but not allow the glassware, then I can fix this resolution that would allow you to do that. If you
That
want
would
to,
be my preference, the latter, at this point.
all right, if you look at the resolution, amending resolution 2008-42, what I'd suggest then is where it says, now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake continues to authorize a clean needle and syringe exchange program, and be it further resolved, and then delete the remainder on page 1 because you're not leaning into a moratorium. Well, except for number 1, you begin then, and further resolves, the Lake County Health Officer shall present an annual report. The syringe exchange shall obtain permission to conduct its services within city jurisdictions. Now, you can eliminate any of these as you wish. The county does not have jurisdiction over tribal land, therefore any activity shall need to go through the appropriate tribal leadership. The exchange program shall obtain approval from the board of any of its changes to services prior to initiating. And then the syringe exchange program shall not be allowed to distribute any glassware used to smoke drugs. And then it goes on to, under section 6, staff is directed to provide all data within the time frame of the moratorium. Could be deleted, and just the staff report shall include its benefits in reducing, the above referenced staff report shall include its benefits, and then you just go on with that section.
If I could say, I don't think we need to, on number 5, the syringe exchange program shall not be allowed to distribute any glassware used to smoke drugs. I think it's just glassware.
Okay.
I don't think we need to use drugs. I think that would be a loophole.
If that's acceptable to your board, you can make those changes on its face as I've recited them and adopt that resolution today. Or as I said, any of those 5 choices, you don't have to allow them all. You can decide which of those 5 you feel comfortable with. Supervisor Scott has suggested used to smoke drugs under number 5 be deleted.
I agree with that.
Noted. I think we still need to allow public comment
Yes.
time for discussion, unless there's someone else that has something. CO Hutchinson?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't raise my hand in the Zoom. I'm not sure why, but speaking in my capacity as interim health services director, I have been in contact with our public health staff. In fact, our director of nursing, Eileen Van Cleve, is here in the Zoom with us. We're totally agreeable to working with some kind of work group, which Anita is saying would need to be designated at a future meeting. But I am a little concerned about a 45-day time frame in light of the fact that that we have some key vacancies in the health department right now, and we also have the holidays upon us. And so 45 days would hit right around mid-December. I'm not sure that's a realistic timeline, but we would be pleased to work with Anina. Once we have her data, we could certainly shoot for doing it as fast as possible, but just a little concerned about a 45-day timeline.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, and I would agree with a 6-month time frame, because just, with some of those issues you were saying to come back to the board. So I would put that out there as a suggested timeline.
Within 6 months?
Within 6 months.
Well, I think the concern with 6 months might be that, if it's a disservice to not have the glassware available, that's a long period of time for the glassware not to be available. And so...
could it be stated just within 6 months? It could always come
no
sooner.
later than. I
No
mean, it would be
later
our
than-
desire to work with it sooner than that. The next 45 days is the tough period, but Eileen, do you want to comment on the timing of this, since you would be our point of contact here? And board, let me introduce to you Eileen Van Cleve, our new Director of Nursing.
Hello. Good to be with you all today. Thank you, CAO Hutchinson. I agree that 45 days is likely a tight time frame, turnaround time. And I would ask Anina, since we are relying on getting her data, what she feels that she would be able to have as her timeline so that we can better predict ours. Again, I share the same concern that having the timeline too far into the distance and not having clean glass pipes available to the community, especially during the holidays when we know in healthcare that's when alcohol and drug abuse increases, mental illness, suicide, all of that goes up. So we're looking at that window too. So I want to just be really mindful of the time frame that we're creating here.
Mr. Chair or Vice Chair, a reasonable compromise might be 90 days. And I don't know if Anita wants to go back to the mic and comment in terms of, how fast she could have the data available for public health.
Supervisor Sabatier, you had a question real quick?
And then the other piece, I know you still have the public you want to hear from, but if you want an agenda item to follow at your next meeting to form this work group, hopefully one or two of you would want to be a part of that as well.
I want to be part of it. Okay. So I think that 3 months is depending on what kind of data that we're looking at. And I would also ask that the resolution be amended to take out meth pipes and say glassware, and identifying Lake County to say any positive change, because Lake County is not a large exchange, it's any positive change. And it's not on the state definition, it's because of Dr. I'd just like that corrected if possible, if we're going to be correct.
He's talking about the recitals, the last whereas.
Supervisor Sabatier, yeah, I think are we okay with that?
Because it says glassware in the actual sections where the new amendments would be. It was just in the recitals that it said meth pipe.
Okay.
I think that just like anything else that we do, if there's a need for an extension, it's always possible. And I think that just, bring it up as a point of interest to let us all be aware that it's taking longer than necessary. But I get it. Capacity is always an issue no matter what. And at the same time, I think this is something that we need to figure out how to implement, because I want to see an annual report about this. And so we're going to have to figure out how to implement that annual report so that it can happen.
I believe the law actually says biannual,
Yes, the state law, but you are under a county contract, so. Unless we want to change that as well, which we can't. But at this moment, the county contract says annual.
There's no contract. I do all the work.
The agreement.
So you did mention that you were going to be able to get staff soon or something like that?
No, I have staff.
You have staff?
I have staff. They work the exchange act.
Can you go to the microphone, or we can't hear you? Yeah.
I thought it was loud enough. I have staff. Steve is the driver, and he works the truck, really doing the, exchange with people. Wendy is doing, working towards the buprenorphine program, and Kat, she's the all-around gal. We have 5 people at exchange every occurrence.
Okay, and so you would probably have a little more resources to conduct
Yeah, well, I
reports
would
and
be doing
whatnot.
the
Okay. All right,
reporting.
that's all I had. Did anybody else have anything, or?
No, I do agree with the yearly annual report though, coming from the lab. Absolutely. I think it's something we need to, keep the pulse on. And so I do agree with keeping it at the 1 year. Ultimately circumstances, just like we said, we didn't expect a pandemic, so understanding if there's situations or other disasters, but I think sticking with the yearly report would be, I would be in favor.
Okay. And so with that, any other comments?
Public input?
Yeah, there's a lot of public input. Well, 5 hands, I think,
5 hands
6.
up.
Okay. So is there anybody in the chambers here that would like to speak on behalf of this public input? I'm open it for public input. Okay, if you can come to the microphone and state your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes once you start.
I'm a licensed psychiatric technician who worked at Sonoma Developmental Center for 15 years, and I live in the city of Clear Lake. I have to say, I have heard about syringes on the street since I moved here because I read Facebook. I can tell you every place they found them, at the park and everything. And I can also tell you there isn't one disposal site that's available to any drug user, except for the exchange. Because we don't have any at the pharmacies, anywhere, at the police department, at the library where they complain about the syringes, at the park where they complain about the syringes. There's no place for anybody to put their syringes in that's safe, that people won't lose them, find them on the ground. I can also say that this is a service that helps change our community. And to me, that's the most important thing. I haven't been involved personally with this, but for a year. I can tell you though, in my job as a psychiatric technician and in my years of experience of just living in the community, this is what helps make your community work better. It helps make my community in Clear Lake work better. It helps make Lake County work better. And it's an important asset to our community.
Ma'am, you referred to yourself quite a bit, but you didn't state your name for the record.
Patrice frowned.
Thank you very much, Patrice. Okay, is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on behalf of this? Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and go to the Zoom room. And I think I'll just go from the top. We have Soma Snake Oil, if you could state your name for the record. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Soma, and I am director of a syringe program in Los Angeles. Can you hear me?
Yes, well, what's your last name?
My name is Natasha Vanderhoof. I also go by Soma, and I'm here to support any positive change because of the critical work that they've been doing in Lake County for 25 years. And I know that you've received the vulnerability assessment from CDPH, talking about the high vulnerability for HCV and HIV, and you've been talking about that quite a bit, but I wanted to talk specifically about pipes because my program also gives out pipes, as do many of the programs in the state of California. Glass pipes are a harm reduction method, and I really appreciate that you brought that up, as it reduces soft tissue infection, it reduces the risk of contracting HIV, but something that hasn't been brought up is that it also reduces complex blood infections like bacterial endocarditis that can lead to very expensive open heart surgery that are connected to IV drug use. And I think it's really important to talk about pipes as a harm reduction method, and I'd really urge you to reconsider how limiting pipe distribution will affect public health in your community and what the medical costs will be to you. Our coalition can definitely share data with you and documentation on this, and I think that there's a wide group of harm reductionists and experts in this field who are supportive of any positive change and who will share this information with you because there's 30 years of evidence. And the state of California would not take this on lightly, to support programs in sharing glass pipes. So I think that there's a lot of precedent behind this. And, I also wanted to mention just something because it was brought up, earlier, that forced detox leads to higher rates of overdose. And just because it was brought up in this room, I think it's really, really important to understand that forcing people into any kind of situation really can lead to death. So I'll just leave it to there and mention again that we are very much in support of Anina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Lonnie Kane-Urquiza. Lonnie, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for listening to me today. I'm calling in because first I want to support what Board of Supervisors Bruno Sabiers had requested with the resolution. I do think that having a needle exchange can be beneficial. I've worked with the homeless people. A lot of you don't know that. And it can help with stopping diseases as well as HIV. And that's what it was started for. But the direction that we're going in, there's a public outcry, and the public is not happy with this organization taking on the responsibility and making sure that what she or whoever, mandated passing out glassware would be in public health interest. I too have received letters from people in this community that are accused that organization of keeping people in continued drug use. And to me, that's not what that organization should be doing. Yes, we should be keeping them safe, but I do agree that there should be some accountability. There should be data. It also concerns me that Bill 1344 that prevents the CEQA from reviewing this type of program that's in place is also concerning to me, as well as not being reported to the Board of Supervisors annually. So I do hope that you will, do what you say, have the committee, have the public hearings, get your community involved, because you are also accountable to your constituents and the taxpayers that are funding these programs that help people with disabilities. And it is a disability because, drug use, like alcohol abuse, those are disabilities that people have. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Smith. Jessica, if you can unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
There, thanks so much. My name is Jessica Smith. I am the Capacity Building Manager at National Harm Reduction Coalition, which is a national advocacy and capacity building organization. And we work very closely with syringe service programs across the state, across the country really, but my work specifically is in the state of California. I work very closely with Anina. I am part of the CHEERY grant-making team, so we provide funding to any positive change. And I do just, want to clarify that the language, like syringe exchange program, syringe service program, syringe access program, it's all the same thing. There is zero difference. Syringe exchange program is actually a bit of an outdated term because CDPH and CDC best practices indicate that a needs-based model, so distributing as many syringes as people need to keep themselves safe and healthy, is best practices, and exchange insinuates doing a one-for-one, which is not best practices. So just thought I'd clarify that for folks. Anina really covered a lot of what I was going to say in my statement. I saw on your agenda that you have received the vulnerability study from CDPH. I think you've received, let's see what else was sent over, the issue brief from Drug Policy Alliance about Lake County having the second highest Latinx overdose death rates in the state. Lake County used to have the highest number of Hep C rates in the state, and y'all don't have the highest anymore. And I would, caution you to sort of reduce any sort of program that helps address those issues. And I really just want to actually speak to the glassware, to smoking, to safer smoking supplies as a harm reduction tool. As part of our CHEERY grant-making initiative, we do point-in-time surveys with our grantees, over, I think, about 37. So across the state, rural, urban, suburban. I'm kind of all over the place. I want to say that I also live in a rural community. I'm up in Humboldt County. I used to run a syringe service program here, so I'm also speaking from direct experience, working with people who use drugs also. But in our data from these PIT surveys that programs have been doing with their participants, the first one that we did in early 2021, 87% of people across these programs reported that they were smoking drugs. And in preliminary results from our most recent PIT survey that we're just wrapping up at the end of October, 80% of regions that submitted these PIT surveys were saying that they're finding fentanyl in their drug supply. And so as Anina mentioned, being able to have access to safer use supplies for specific drugs that are in the market is extremely important. I appreciate that y'all are moving away from the moratorium and moving towards maybe this other resolution to be in better collaboration with any positive change. But I still want to encourage you to take out that piece about banning glassware. For a lot of folks, when
You
they
can wrap up your comments with your 3 minutes.
they can get access to glassware, they're coming specifically for that. So when you take away those supplies from people, they're not going to come back. That's a missed opportunity for engaging people in their healthcare, offering treatment, offering other services. So having as much stuff available for a wide array of people who use drugs is really best practice.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, next, Jeremy Rarick. If you can unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm just one of your constituents. I would suggest anyone go up to the park up in Clear Lake and look around. There's crack pipes all over. There's needles all over the ground. I mean, when do us law-abiding people, when do we get a better community? You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I think people should buy their own crack pipes. You know, we cannot let this insanity into our county. This is enabling drug addicts that have ruined this once great vacation destination. You know, I mean, my son plays soccer in Clear Lake. Every time we go up there and play soccer, right at the elementary school, there's needles all over the ground. There's, you know, and I just heard a woman say, well, there's no place to put them. You can't put them in the garbage. You know, you can't, you know, somewhere other than on the ground. You know, there's broken crack pipes all over. You know, this isn't the kind of community that, I mean, I won't even let my kids go out after dark because they'll get robbed. The cars get broken into, you know, and, you know, I'm speaking from a position of, at one point, I was an addict and I was forced to get myself clean. It was mandated. And that was 20 years ago. And I mean, that saved my life, you know? And at this point, I mean, Clear Lake is awful, you know, and there's needles literally everywhere. I mean, go down by the water, there's needles next to the water. I mean, everywhere. I just think it's time, you know, you start arresting these people. Put them in the position I was in. You know, I was in that position, and it saved my life. You know, that was 20 years ago. You know, my children lost their mother, my two boys, over a program just like this, that they constantly enabled her. She kept going back. She kept going back, and they never offered anything other than, here's your needle, here's your needle. You know, here's your drugs. You know, that's all they offered. They didn't, you know, we keep saying, you know, let's wait till they're ready. As a former addict 20 years ago, they'll never be ready. You know, most of them will never be ready. Most of them with these new kind of drugs will do the drugs till they're in a grave somewhere. I mean, fentanyl is exceptionally addictive. You know, and I think that by handing out more supplies, we're only making the problem worse here in Lake County. I mean, this isn't the Lake County that I grew up in. I mean, look around. Go down to the park today. All the board members go down there. Look, you know, go walk through Clear Lake. I mean, it's much worse than it was.
If you could wrap up your comments.
Okay, that's it. I just think that they didn't act in good faith. You know, they should have at least went to the board and talked to the board first. They really should have.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I need to interrupt a little bit. I just want to kind of provide a different picture of Clear Lake. Yes, it's possible to find a syringe in Clear Lake. Yes, it's possible to find a crack pipe. And I'm sure you can find that if you try really hard everywhere around the lake. It's a nationwide pandemic. The idea that they're all over the place, I think, is a little bit of a stretch and exaggeration, and really paints a horrible picture for a town that's moving.
Am I still on?
Yes, but your comments thank you for your comments. And is there anything else to add to Supervisor Sabatier, or is that?
No, I finished. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the last comment on Clear Lake.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hoffman, Robert Hoffman, you're next. You have 3 minutes. If you can unmute and go ahead and provide us with your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to give public comment. I've heard a lot of the other providers who are working with syringe programs give a bunch of excellent reasons why the pipe should be supported. And I just wanted, I don't want to say the same thing. I just wanted to add to that, since we are in a pandemic and there's a lot of information out there around people who smoke tobacco and not sharing tobacco, I just wonder, shouldn't we also be looking to keep people safe who smoke other things? I think people who use substances can also be sometimes very vulnerable people, and I just think it's our, it's our responsibility to support a program who is doing COVID prevention among vulnerable populations. And I think, I just also, I also wonder if we're exploring the idea of providing this syringe program additional funding to go along with the additional asks. And if the Board of Supervisors could get behind something like that, I think that would be great. I think building a really strong partnership between the health department, city government, and the syringe program may be the best way moving forward, so that everybody is on the same page and everybody can, fully understand the information, and understand what's happening, and then it will be easier to talk to constituents and support this program with all the right information. And so I just really encourage this to be a moment to build a partnership, and that we rethink this idea around the pipes, because it just seems incredibly dangerous and irresponsible to limit the use of smoking supplies during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Next, Daniela, if you can unmute and provide us with your last name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daniela Watke, and I'm a person who used drugs. I'm calling today to support any positive change in the services they provide to our brothers and sisters in Lake County. Thank you for your previous commitment to public health by allowing any positive change to operate its life-saving activities. And thank you for setting aside your gut reactions and your stigma by focusing on the science-based evidence of what harm reduction organizations do. By providing clean using equipment, these agencies not only provide a medical service, but outreach to a desperately underserved population of people. People who use drugs often face tremendous hardships when it comes to their health and are often not connected with traditional models of healthcare. Programs like Any Positive Change keep people free of disease and out of the emergency room. COVID is a particularly vulnerable time for people who smoke and share pipes, which is why harm reduction programs around the state are providing clean glassware to participants. These tools also prevent transmission of COVID, as I mentioned, as well as hepatitis C. They also provide an alternative to injecting drugs, and with the current state of the fentanyl drug market, smoking as an IV alternative is more critical than ever. And speaking of the overdose crisis, Any Positive Change is the community conduit for the life-saving antidote to opiate overdose, which is Narcan. Lake County and Mendocino had the highest rates of overdose death for the whole state in 2020. Giving Narcan directly to people who are at highest risk of overdose is the most effective intervention we have for this tragic statistic. My own life was saved by harm reduction organizations such as Any Positive Change. The trust I built with staff empowered me to make a number of life-changing decisions, including entering drug treatment. Thank you to Any Positive Change for their life-saving work day after day, and thank you for considering continuation of their desperately needed services. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for that statement. Next, we have Eileen Anderson. If you can unmute and You have 3 minutes.
All righty, Eileen Anderson. I'm going to, Mr. Sabate, you did not give Jeremy a chance to explain what he was trying to say. It sounded to me like Jeremy really likes Clear Lake. His kids play sports there, and I don't believe he was disparaging Clear Lake. He wants it to be a better place for his children and his family, but the reality is he sees drug paraphernalia. So, I feel like he should have been given the chance to explain himself. All righty, so I am no expert on drugs, but I am one of 7 sisters. One of my sisters is dead today because of drug use. She was a beautiful person. 2 of my sisters were homeless because of drug use for extended periods of time, living in a rusted out UPS truck in a junkyard. One of my sisters did a year in prison because of drug use. The only reason my sisters are well and productive citizens today, and they are, except for my dear sister that passed away, is because they reached the end of the road and they made the decision to stop. My sister's here visiting me, the one that actually lived in the rusted out UPS truck that I visited her in and tried to help her as much as I could. She said with total sarcasm, "Wow, what a great time to be a drug addict. They're giving out drugs, needles, crack pipes." So in reality, you're not really helping people. The only time people are going to get help or be helped is when they want help. Providing them the means to do drugs, because we're going to provide clean ones. That's bull. That is bull crap. And glassware, that is what I have in my kitchen cupboard. What you guys are talking about are crack pipes, meth pipes, drug pipes. And it is offensive for you to try and beautify it and make it sound pretty and politically correct and acceptable to say, oh, we have glassware. Get real. People need help. Drug addicts need help. My 3 sisters desperately needed help. But until they reached the end of their road, they were not going to be helped. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Anderson. If there was a word for it in my native language, I would offer it, but there's not. So we'll move on to Jasmine.
I want to clarify.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to clarify, no one's giving out drugs.
Jasmine, you have 3 minutes. If you can state your full name, though, for the record.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Guerra. I'm the executive director at the Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction, and I'm a working partner with Anita and Any Positive Change. We have a multi-region, low-barrier, medication-assisted treatment program that just started a little under a year ago. One that is specifically designed for people who are accessing syringe service programs, and I am calling in support of Any Positive Change. Our program also distributes safe smoke supplies. We have for a while now, and we have seen people's health increase tremendously with this addition to our program. Many people statewide are switching to smoking as an injection alternative. It says my internet's unstable, so if I'm chopping out, just let me know. So I'm calling to support Any Positive Change to continue the distribution of safe smoke kits, safe smoke supplies, which is evidence-based. Any Positive Change has done all that is possible to take care of the underserved community members of Lake County, even in the face of blatant threats and harmful stigma. The fact that the community is upset about the smoking supplies shows the lack of understanding of the data that is out there. So I'm excited for you all to have that in front of you, hopefully soon. And yeah, I just wanted to also state that there is a statewide trend that people are switching to smoking rather than injecting. It's an evidence-based practice, and it's extremely important now with COVID still happening. We're not out of it. and also the overdose crisis, which is in full effect. Any positive change is doing evidence-based work, and I hope that the board can see and understand that with the evidence that is out there. Glassware is a crucial part of harm reduction. Syringes aren't the full picture, and neither is glassware. It all is part of the services that all kinds of programs are providing statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andy Stone, or Ann Stone. If you can unmute, you have 3 minutes, and please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Andy Stone. I'm calling in support of any positive change and the life-saving services that they're able to provide. You know, I've heard a lot of people mention their experiences with family members that they've lost and family members who are people who use drugs, and I just wanted to share, you know, my experience. My cousin passed away from a fatal overdose. There was fentanyl in the drugs that he used, and he didn't have a lot of support around his substance use and around, you know, the substances that he was using. And, you know, I look back on that and I wonder if he had had the support that he needed, if he had had access to crucial education around substance use and how to use more safely, if he might still be alive today. You know, people are going to do what they are going to do. We can't judge them. We can't force them to change. And if we just continue to push them away and push them to use secretly, we are putting them at greater risk of overdosing. And, you know, we can't help someone to recover if they have died from a fatal overdose. These services are crucial. They're evidence-based. There are so many studies, so much evidence that proves that these types of interventions and services really help people to get better, and to have a healthier relationship with substance use for those who are struggling with their substance use. And that's something that we crucially need in this moment where the overdose crisis is really increasing dramatically. So I urge you to continue to support and fund any positive change and other really crucial and important programs that provide harm reduction services, particularly to folks who are highly vulnerable in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Next is Michelle McCormick. If you can unmute, you have 3 minutes. She hasn't spoken yet, right? Yeah. *6.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I'm listening to all these comments, and I have yet, except for this last person, hear anybody who's not getting paid by this organization that supports it. Citizens that live in this community, I have not heard one person that's encouraging this in their community. I do think that we're enabling the drug addicts. They do need to hit, you know, and this might sound curt, but they do need to hit a rock bottom if they are gonna decide for themselves that they want to better their life. Enabling them and handing out needles and pipes are just spreading it around our community even more. I have children growing up here. This is not something I want my children growing up around. And I just think that, you know, more community outreach needs to be done in other ways other than handing out needles and pipes. I want to know what's being done for rehab choices, for crisis intervention, those sorts of things, other than, like I said, giving away needles and pipes that could very easily end up in the hands of children.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Layla, you will be the last one. Actually, I will, I think there is another person right here as a panelist that has their hand up, Chief White. So Layla, I'll allow you to speak, and then Chief White, you'll be next. And I think, Lonnie, you had your hand up. I don't know if you dropped off, if you wanted to come back and say something briefly afterwards. But Layla, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, yes, I am not employed by any positive change, and I just want to vocalize my support for this organization because I think that we can look both historically and at current times at the extremes of these types of organizations, areas in which they don't have any types of services, in areas that are far more developed, that have detox programs that allow people to come in and use, which I know in the US we don't have these types of programs, but they are in Europe, where we don't see any transmission of HIV, we don't see any transmission of hepatitis C, we don't see any type of fatal overdose happening at these facilities. And I know that's not what's up for discussion today, but the other extreme that I'd like to point to is where we don't have these services, where we do see an uptick in disease that not only affects people who use substances, but affects the entire community, increases rates in the entire community. And I hope that both the Board of Supervisors, all of the organizations, the Public Health Department that's here today, can really look at this moment as an opportunity for collaboration rather than restriction and rather than going backwards. Really, you know, I understand that people feel impassioned. This is their community. They have children, absolutely. Anyone who lives in the community is invested in it and wants to see a healthier community, including people who use substances. And so I hope that we see this as an opportunity to increase both access to clean supplies, which this organization has been trying to do for decades, but also things like increasing disposal sites, giving this organization the resources to help increase things like Suboxone access, increase things like having healthcare providers come and attend to folks. Because really we've seen how much the efforts of meeting people where they're at, how successful that can be. And absolutely, there's an immense tragedy. I have lost people myself to the overdose crisis. It is something nationally that unfortunately no place can say they're unimpacted by. But I really do kind of want to emphasize how much organizations like this provide a place of compassion and lack of stigma. And we have really seen those two things lead to an increase both in disease rates and death. So I really want to thank the people who are doing this work. I know it's not easy, and I know it's often frowned upon and sadly a battleground where really we can look at hard research and see that this is one of the most successful ways, rather than cutting off people from resources, which we've seen the evidence, people only continue to do things in a less safe way. And so I really hope that the folks here today look at this as an opportunity for collaboration and for support, rather than kind of a battleground. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Chief White, it looks like you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, board members. Andrew White, Chief of Police with the Clear Lake Police Department. I'm going to kind of try to concise these or pare down these comments. First of all, I think that all partnerships are built on trust, and this is a community issue. It's our issue for both the government side, those folks that are working to help, and you know, I applaud Anina and her group and everybody else that's working to try to be part of the solution. But we got to make sure that the trust is upheld. Clearly, there's a lot of public interest in this topic, and I don't think you know, all the right players are in the room. I think it's a good idea to move forward with some sort of a group that examines this and allows that public the opportunity to comment. With regards to submitting the report, the board resolution that required it, part of that resolution was not just to afford presenting data and so forth, but is very specific about affording the public an opportunity to express their concerns, some of which you're hearing today. As well as a provider to provide updated information, trends, et cetera. So I think it's really important that we don't dismiss that as sort of like just a late report, but it's actually denying something that was required as shall be provided to the public. I mentioned about it being a community issue. You know, this isn't a public health issue. It's not just a law enforcement issue. It's not just a neighborhood issue. It's all of those things wrapped into one. And so I think it's important that everybody has the opportunity to come to the table and work together. And I think there's actually a lot of common ground that can be found. The thought that, you know, speaking for my police department, that we're against any sort of thing, that's actually not the case. It's important to engage. I think that we need to recognize that, you know, we're talking about a portion within our community who may not be receiving, the level of services that they're due. But we also have to remember there's a lot of other people in the community too that we have to think about. We've heard about the kids in the neighborhoods, those sorts of things. We need to make sure that all stakeholders in the community are represented and that we don't single out any particular segment within the community. I think one of the common problems in hearing people talk from both sides of the issue that's lacking in the board authorization but is present in the state regulation. The state regulation provides very detailed framework for how this happens, how the reauthorization process works, and ensures that the public gets an opportunity to comment, and that everybody involved gets the opportunity to work together. My own experience, I worked with the group that was operating in Clear Lake through CDPH authorization, and we were able to engage all the stakeholders, work together, bring up issues, talk about things of common interest that I think helped them to be able to operate when they were, but also to make sure that people don't feel disenfranchised within it. As far as shutting down the operation at the church, we certainly didn't direct them to do any of that. In fact, when they came, their comment really more had to do with trust. But our position is or my position rather, is that we make sure that this is brought out, that the public gets the answer, they understand what the laws are. There's different people on different sides of the issue, but I think that working together, we can find common ground. And to the point that I think most people have talked about is drug abuse. When we talk about those people, that can be your brother, your sister, aunt, uncle, all those sorts of things. And so I certainly don't dismiss the importance of it. I am hopeful that there can be a discussion about the glassware, and maybe there's a good reason to have it and so forth. There was data that was provided. I think there's more to be provided. I also think, to Supervisor Sabatier's point about the original intent and this program being long-standing by any positive change in others, is if you look at the data provided on Hope Rising's website, they actually show increasing rates of diagnosis of HIV within the community during the same period that the program's operating, and even more increasing rates of person living with HIV within the community. Obviously, correlation is not causation, but I think it brings up the point somebody said earlier, maybe we need more. Maybe we need more distribution sites. Again, I think collaboration and public input are key. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Chief White. Is there anyone else in the Zoom room? I think everyone has either dropped off or, I know, Lonnie, you had your hand up again unless you had it up. Otherwise, I think I'll go ahead and close public input and bring it back to the board. Oh, she did come. Okay. Oh, can you make it real brief to end this?
No, sorry, I was up by accident.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Excellent. We'll go ahead and close public input and bring it back to the board for deliberation. If there's any other discussion.
I will carefully make a statement. I get it that we fear that things will get worse if we stop something. But the tone, the body language, it bothers me. No regrets, that bothers me. There are 4 of us here that stated that we were unaware of what was going on. I'm guessing all 5 of us were unaware until this was brought to our attention. I've helped shut down cannabis grows because they move dirt illegally. And yet we're allowing this type of tone and body language to continue, almost like we're enabling that attitude. It doesn't feel collaborative. There was no remorse. There was no apology. Not that it's necessary, but the tone is, that needs to, we need to have a better relationship if we're going to be moving forward. That is not an appropriate type of relationship, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything? No? Okay. So I think we were at deliberation. If there's anyone that wants to take action, or I know for me, I asked a series of questions where there was evidence or at least answers that didn't support what's listed in the section where these entity provides directly or through referral all of the following services. So with that, some of those services weren't being met. It has nothing to do with the need. I think this is important. I think we need to have, as it has been with the needle exchange, but the fact that some of this hasn't been done, it says in the doc, or actually in the law or the section, that if this isn't happening, it shouldn't, if these attributes aren't taking place, then it shouldn't be happening. So with that, that's where I sit with it. But otherwise, if anyone has any action to take, they can go ahead.
So I want to make sure there's been some changes that, can I share the latest iteration of the resolution? And Anita, Ms. Grant can provide the changes that she offered as well, so that we make sure that we have, because again, in my haste to get this onto the agenda, I did my best to provide a ordinance, only to find out that I should have done a resolution. I do have a resolution prepared. I have sent it to Ms. Grant. She has reviewed it, but I want to make sure that we have a document in front of us if we're going to approve anything, rather than approve something that is kind of a belief of what we're approving.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, please, Ms. Grant, I'm sorry.
All right, so this is the resolution amending Resolution 2008-42, which authorizes the clean needle and syringe exchange program. The recitals beginning with on February 26, 2008 remains. The recital beginning with reports from 2013 and 2018 remains. The recital beginning the 2018 report shared the increase of needle use remains. The recital public health also reported on the benefits of the syringe exchange program remains. The recital, according to public health in their 2018 report, remains. The recital, whereas a report to the Board of Supervisors has not been provided since 2018, with the words would remain. And I would recommend that you delete the last recital. Whereas it has come to our attention, the syringe exchange program is now providing meth pipes to drug users, because you're going to cover it in the body of the resolution. Then it would be, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake continues to authorize a clean needle and syringe exchange program. And be it further resolved by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake as follows. Then delete everything on that page until you get to number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, with the exception that used to smoke drugs, the last 4 words in number 5 would be deleted. Then moving on to section 6, the above referenced annual report, again reflecting that the county health officer would provide it. The above referenced annual report shall include its benefits in reducing the spread of HIV and other bloodborne diseases, adverse effects, and data based on 1213.49 D1234, I'm assuming of health and safety code, so it should be health and safety code section 1213.49.
And I apologize, but that's 1213.49. There's no point.
I'm sorry, so 1213.49 of the Health and Safety Code, subsections D1, 2, 3, 4, as well as all possible strategies on continuing the program. And it said report shall be presented to the board within 90 days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it would just simply continue to the end.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
Thank you.
I will offer the resolution
As amended.
as amended.
The resolution has been authored. Johanna, can you please conduct the roll call?
Yeah, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
I don't think I heard that. Did you say anything?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Nay.
Thank you.
With that, I think we need to conduct a break. And are we a hard 2 o'clock?
We are a hard 2 o'clock at this point. I can work on that for closed session if you want me to, but at this point it's scheduled at 2 o'clock.
Okay. So,
Mike.
what's that?
Yes, we are scheduled for a health services director interview at 2 o'clock.
Okay. So with that, I guess we will come back to the, here at 2 o'clock, right?
Would you like me to contact the interviewee and see if there's flexibility, I can try that. Or we can be back at 2 o'clock.
It's going to be via Zoom, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're okay with that, or?
Is Zoom in our offices?
I'm going to head home and do the Zoom because it doesn't work here for me. I'm only 5 minutes on the road.
And so in the interest of time, I wondered, Mr. Chair, if I could make another suggestion to you with
Yes.
this calendar. Because we have a long day and we have a 6 PM redistricting public hearing. So there is still an item on your agenda which I think will take some time, and that is 7.3. I'm not sure there's going to be time for that item today. Supervisor Sabatier and I worked on this, and he may have different thoughts than I do. But my suggestion might be that you consider moving that item forward. You have 2 special meetings later this week, one that is Thursday afternoon and one that is Friday morning. Those might be possible dates that you could fit that in, but I'm not sure that I see that fitting today at this point.
I'm okay with that, if the rest of the board is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I figure everyone else seems to be okay with moving that to the special meeting.
Is Bruno frozen?
Supervisor Sabatier, can you hear us?
Okay.
It's possible that I'm frozen, but I'm still here with you guys.
Do you concur?
You concur? He's good with it. Okay.
So we just have
And then,
special
Mr. Chair, we also have an extra item that, so, you know, obviously you'll be coming out of closed session and back into open session later today. Staff will be recommending you take up an extra item that pertains to congressional, state, and state senate and assembly redistricting.
Okay. And so we will, should we deal with that now or later?
Before we take our break here, if we're back here at 2, that gives us 27 minutes, I would request if we could push it to 2:30 and come back at 2:30. If it's not possible, just let us know.
Yes.
But if
Yeah,
we could
so
at
we'll
least
push-
ask that question.
Try to push the, yeah.
Thank you.
Just
Yeah.
for 30 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for
I
doing
mean, for staff and, you know, we've had everybody here, so.
Right.
Anyway.
Right.
We're going
I
to be
agree
here
with
all
that.
night.
And we have 7.5 too, right?
And so then it's assumed that you
Yes.
would, yes, 7.5 I do need today if you would, but my guess would be you'd be coming out of closed session around 4:30. You could take up the extra item in 7.5 if you would, and then take another break, which I think you'll need before your 6 PM item.
Is everybody amenable to that? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Simon, for suggesting that. I'm still a newbie at this.
And you'll just let us know whether or not it's possible by email? Okay.
Okay, so we will
Show up at 2:30.
be back at 2:30 in closed session, right? Or right?
So I'm going to head home and do closed session.
Okay.
So
And Chair,
2:30 unless we hear from you.
Yes.
Just want to thank you for taking over the chair today, and just want to clarify for the public as well as everyone else, I am home due to the rules and regulations of protocols that if I am sick, not with COVID, but if I am sick, not to come to work so that I don't get anyone else sick.
All right. Thank you for that. We'll see you at 2:30.
All right, thank you.